Good evening, guys. Welcome to another Saturday evening live stream. Let's see if I didn't miss anyone. Ace popped in earlier today. And spicy tuna rolls popped in also earlier today. And Marichu B popped also in earlier today. And as well as Icy on YouTube earlier today, and Food Forest Permaculture, aka Howie, popped in earlier today as well, and World Survivalist popped in also earlier, and my brother Chris, Texas Raider 1122, popped in earlier as well, and PB. And Bonnie R&B roaming. Good to see you. Hey, Diana, too. Good to see you. How are you guys doing? I hope you had a great week. Mine has been quite busy, but hey, Bonnie, good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Hey, Bud, the Budflies, good to see you too. And Texas Raider 1122, strength and honor, brother. Hey, PV. Well, I'm exhausted and tired, but I'm doing pretty good, actually. I hope, except I begin to be a little bit sore in my throat, but nothing to worry about. And I do like this for you, PV, and my brother Chris. Yeah. The link is there, guys. So you know the drill. We wait a couple of more minutes and wait until more pop in. Hey, Chris, good to see you again.
Honor and strength, my brother.
Strength and honor.
I'm glad that you're doing all right. Hello, PV.
Hello, how you doing? What is it, Shadow? When you said you're okay, you hope. What does that mean?
Oh.
Don't tell me, right? Because I've been ill for the last 2 weeks. Because I missed, I was really groggy. It started off with a bit of a sore throat.
Yeah, I got a little bit of a sore throat.
Right.
It's not that bad. It's manageable.
Right. Yeah, mine just got worse. I'm sure I got COVID, but the symptoms were quite weird. But I don't know.
Well, gentlemen, we'll take care of each other. I mean, because we can't lose you guys.
I'm all right now. I'm cured.
Hey, Adventures with Zog, good to see you. I manage, but thanks. All the praise is needed.
Got to get on with it. Yeah.
That can definitely be arranged. I will add you to my prayers, and I will let Miss Lori know as well.
So, hey, Chris, whereabouts in Texas are you at?
Well, I used to live in Texas.
Right.
I grew up in Texas, went to school in Texas. I am in Oklahoma now.
All right.
I returned back to my birth state.
I was just asking because just wondering if you were involved, if the floods near you.
No,
Quite
sir,
bad storm.
but my heart is bleeding for those that are affected because I know, I know the area and all that. If I was still in Texas, guaranteed I'd be. I'm trying to do stuff on my Facebook page to send out things that are, they need boats, they need this or whatever.
Yeah.
So
good. Yeah, I've seen a couple of posts of some bad floods and then swollen rivers and stuff. I'm not sure how big the extent was, but it came through a storm, I believe. But,
yes, sir. They got over 15 inches of rain in less than a couple hours.
Whoa.
And the Guadalupe River flooded so quickly that even if there was anybody trying to be a Paul Revere kind of phrase to go warn them about it, it was happening way too fast. And unfortunately, the worst thing is the children. I mean, we're talking babies, and not literally babies that you hold. But,
yeah.
It doesn't matter if you have children or not. They're always going to be your babies. As a parent, I know that.
Yeah.
But still, we're talking little ones that not even teenager age or anything like that. It's sad.
Yeah, it is. But anyway, today's topic, gear, how much is relevant for preppers? Actually, it's one of your suggestions, PV.
Right. Okay. Yep. Yeah.
Actually, it was gear, how much is relevant. That was your original, but I added for preppers to make it more sense.
Yeah. I mean, I suggested this because, a lot of preparedness centers around gear, and most people they spend a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of money, buying gear to make themselves prepare up to a certain point or comfort zone, etc., etc. And from what I've seen, what I've heard from various other people who are preparing for any sort of disaster or event, a lot of people, they don't realize what is actually relevant, what is actually important until either something happens or they reach a point, I don't know, 5-10 years down the line, and they realize, actually the stuff what I bought 3-4 years ago plus, it's pointless. It's just useless. I've wasted my time and effort. So I think it's an important thing to discuss. So unless you've got people out there have got some form of point of reference from the past, whether it be through previous experience in disasters, SHTF events, austerity, whatever, then what have they got to work from? All they've got to work from is, through seeing events on TV, news, or speaking to other people. So their point of reference is normality.
Check on your pockets, Douglas. Welcome.
Hey, Guardian Prepping. How you doing?
Hey, Guardian. Good to see you.
Their point of reference is normality. And you see this a lot, especially with people in locations where nothing really happens much. And, England and UK is a good example of that. And if your point of reference is normality, in other words, you're preparing a person whose point of reference is normality is a person who is preparing so that when anything does happen, they want to recreate normality after disaster. I mean, obviously, that is the goal for everyone, but this is a trap that people fall in because.
Hey, Guardian.
If your aim is to create normality after a disaster, then you'll be buying so much gear, so much equipment, and it would just be impossible to achieve that goal because you would want to achieve every sort of luxury that you are experiencing now.
You need a container truck.
Exactly, yeah.
You'd need basically an off-road container truck to get a prize.
So this is the reason for this subject, really. Bring people back down to earth and actually discuss, what is actually relevant. What do I actually need realistically to keep me alive, to keep me ticking over until I can get back on my feet or, enhance myself or sustain myself in the longer term. So
absolutely, yeah.
So this is the reason. So so we'll talk through, thrash around various ideas and subjects and good gear, bad gear, and so on. But yeah, I'd like to hear, Texas, Chris. I'd like to hear your sort of point of view.
Well, I'll give you a good example. I live in Oklahoma, or Tornado Alley.
Right.
Before I moved from Texas to go back to Oklahoma, and I was looking for a home, I was like, look, I'm wanting a house that's got a cellar, or a basement.
Yeah.
Well, unfortunately, my house did not have either of those.
Right.
So now I'm trying to get, which my prep is turned from, I've got food, I've got water, I've got other supplies. Well, now I need to start investing in safety, i.e. a storm cellar that's big enough to where I can put stores and things in there and have it available. So in case a tornado comes through my area. So I agree with what you were saying.
Yeah. So, Guardian, for more perspective, I mean, we're all in different locations. We've got America, Sweden here, South Africa, England. What's your take on this sort of aspect of it?
So I think an important thing for people to realize is human beings can be extremely adaptable to a lot of situations too. And I think that a lot of skill sets can be learned really quickly if you are surrounding yourself with people that are willing to teach and impart knowledge onto others as well. So I'll say even more important than gear and skills, which people should be highly consistent, is a person's temperament and how willing they are to be stable underneath crisis situations. So I think that's something that's extraordinarily important for people to stay level-headed, irrespective of what's happening around them. So that's why I say that gear is obtainable. You can also lose gear just as easily as you can obtain it in the wrong situations. Look, for the most part, there are several things that you should keep on your persons, like your absolute, like a very good, strong fixed blade knife, a couple of certain gear that it can actually fit well on a tack vest, like a good compass, and know how to and the capability to keep that knife sharp. For the most part, those are some of your most fundamentals, and potentially just like a really good competence for that you can be on route with. And there's a lot of the war veterans that have a good amount of experience on how to attack vest. So look at what they've been doing and understand that.
Yeah, I'm having a bit of trouble hearing you, Guardian. I think there's some voiceover coming from somewhere. Yeah, I agree though. I mean, there's people out there now living SHTF, and look at what gear they've got. I mean, there's thousands of homeless people in the streets. Good examples to me. What gear have they got? It's absolute minimal. Yes, they're reliant on some sort of support framework, but yeah, mental state and attitude is a thing that goes a long way, and it's something you don't have to buy. It's free. The thing is, I think people got to mold their equipment and gear and so on based on what they're preparing for. There's obviously, if you're living in a certain specific zone, like a tsunami zone, earthquake zone, or anything, you're going to tend to gear your equipment over towards that. But generally, as we said, say last
Hey,
week,
Mike.
hey Mike, and so on, a good generic set of preps can go a long way. Will cover most bases. And if you sort of look at the I don't know, some sort of preparedness pyramid where you've got the basics at the bottom and the real luxury items and the nice to haves on the top, people should be looking at the the baseline at the bottom: physicality, attitude, mental robustness, etc., etc. Next one up, then from there you're starting to look at gear and so on. And if they're gearing their equipment towards some specific event, like say an earthquake, then this is when you start to prioritize things. So, one of the major factors that comes with earthquakes is injuries. So I'd suggest, balance first aid kit with water, which is, hands down, there's no argument with that. Water's water. That's got to be the number one. But along with certain events, there's going to be an injury risk. That's why I mentioned earthquakes, rescue equipment potentially to survive the immediate aftermath, and then the clock is ticking, as we said in another episode. What to do when the clock is ticking. So you're looking out towards sort of enabling equipment, enhancing equipment, and sustainability equipment. So the time frame people are projecting out to will determine, again, their core sort of survival gear or prepper gear. What I mean by that is if you're preparing for a quickfire event in which normality, you're looking at sub 3 months, your equipment list is going to be a lot shorter than if you're preparing for a complete, almost apocalyptic event in which you're going to want to sustain yourself beyond the 3 month point, 1 year, 2 year point, because everything's broken down and you have to, what you've got is it. What you've got is it. And, so you're going to be looking at sort of, when your food stocks run out, can you continually survive and continue because you've got the facilities to grow, the seeds, farming equipment, so on and so on. So, although it is event specific, as with all things are, you can actually roll it back to the core elements of, water, first aid, heat, the ability to cook, and so on. And people can suggest if they want in the comments and so on as to what their favorite first aid gear is, what their favorite water filtration is, their favorite cooker is, and so on. But fine. Yeah, it's not the good thing with keeping it. I'm sorry to ramble on for a while, but the good thing about keeping things simple and evaluating what is really relevant is the fact that it lets you control budget as well, because this gear ain't cheap. It also allows you to control the time you're spending on this as well. Now, we've all got secondary lives. We can't spend our time 24/7 thinking about disasters and what's going to happen if, because 20 years down the road you spent all your life thinking about what happens if, and nothing's happened. So it's budget intensive. It takes a lot of time. What I mean by time is, you got to manage the equipment you've bought. It may need rotating, check-in periodically, and that's very time consuming. And it's also time consuming scoping out actually what gear to get, because some of this gear you don't want to go out and buy a certain piece of equipment just on one person's recommendation. You've got to scope it out. What's the best? And then once you found out the type of gear you want, then you start scoping out where can I get it from the cheapest and all those sort of things. It takes a long time, and it's it's priorities versus the event versus budget and time. Really, that's what I sort of my big sort of perspective on it is. Yeah. And likewise, base it on experience as well. Your reference point of reference to the disaster in which you're prepping for. Sorry, Shadow. Sorry, Guardian. Go on.
No. I was just going to absolutely go alongside with what you're saying there as well when it comes to some of those fundamentals and your warmth that you were talking about earlier. And then the UK Urban Prepper in the chat said, head, by the way, Mark, also said that, like, if you look at things in that way, it's just good to have like some of those zip ties. And going alongside with zip ties, I've absolutely, these are my friends now. So,
well, we got a guest appearance there. Look.
Yeah, sorry, that there's a little guardian here. So yeah, I just wanted to say I think it's important for people to also stack compact wood nails of good quality that can last a really long time alongside with zip ties. Wood nails are astronomically good in terms of like shelter building. Wood nails are amazing. I know that there's lots of ways to bypass that too. True survival shelter building doesn't need wood nails. I hear you, but it can on like having at least a medium-term shelter. Wood nails, zip ties, as UK Urban Prepper said, and then also not just that, but also wire. You can get compact wire that's very strong that I use a lot of the time as well. Like if I'm building like short, campsites and I've wanted to take them down afterwards, wire is amazing for that. As long as you don't heat the wire so it snaps and breaks.
It's relatively cheap as well, isn't it? Wire.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I see some. I've got some rolls of wire.
Right.
I've got barbed wire as well, but wire that they're selling garden centres that is to fix fencing and stuff.
Yeah, it's brilliant. It's so useful. And if you're really wanting to set up a good shelter quickly, obviously having like two, maybe always not just one, but having two really good quality tops so that you can use them in conjunction with that. Of course, everybody knows like a basic top, but then not just that, really good quality, like preferably a sleeping bag that is very like. That's why sometimes you do pay for what you get. So yeah, baling wire, good one, Texas Raider.
Just go back. Sorry. Screws or nails? What would your preference be?
You say screws or nails?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So funny that's a great question. I'd like to hear Shadow and Texas's opinion about it as well. For myself, just for quick application, because sorry, I have a more important issue to address here on the side. But I would say nails. I'll explain a bit later why. But wood nails, quick setup. Like I actually have a manual drill for screws, so that's good. I don't need electricity, or it will also cuts that out. Genuinely, wood nails. Oh, I love them. I've been using them my whole life, and I love them so.
See, my preference would have been screws because the only reason why I say that is because they can secure. Well, from my perspective, they can secure and you can build and take things apart easier with screws. That'd be my preference. That's why I've got. I personally have got a big sort of plastic dividing thing tray. Each sort of partition in it's got a different size of screw and so on and so on. I've got nails as well, but my preference would be screws.
Yeah, well, I would probably go for both because wood nails, you can create a frog gig of the nails. So
what? Sorry,
frog gig, frog spear.
Yeah.
So that nails can be really handy sometimes. And screws, as you mentioned, easy to build something, easy to take it down and move it to another place and put it together again. So
nails are easier to use as well. You just hammer it in.
Yeah.
Use a brick or anything or a rock. Whereas nails, you need screws, you need a specific screwdriver, bit, etc., etc. Yeah.
That's also true. And popping out nails is really quick. That's the thing. Like popping out nails and popping them back in is so efficient when it comes to that. So it definitely comes down to what you're really wanting and for shorter or long term. And then obviously with that, there's a couple of other useful items that coincide quite nicely with those if you really want to start. Like an heirloom seed vault, I don't think we talk about as much as we should.
Yeah.
When it comes to gear, if you really want food stability and sustainability, you need to obviously have like a well-prepped heirloom seed vault with seeds that are going to just obviously multi-generational so that you can consistently yield crop and yield food. And that's not just like, you know, survival game kind of thing. It's real life. You will absolutely wish that you used the fact that right now the grid is still up perfectly. So like you'll absolutely miss the capability that you had to go to a store and to, you know, stock up every now and again. And then, you know, you should be trying to get used to your gardening as well. So you can just, you know, cycle through seeds, use the seeds, the older seeds that you've got as well, and then restock on seeds like every 2 years, 3 years. Seeds last for really long if you store them correctly, but it is good to just cycle them, same as like any of the trips.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you know, gardening and growing things now is one of those things that once you've started, it's the budget goes down. There's minimal sort of budgetary impact, and you know what the plants will herald or yield is beyond you know useful. I mean, we've got a bunch of strawberry plants that were planted 3 or 4 years ago, and the amount of strawberries that they produced, I mean, it must be about 20 or 30 in a row. I've kept 3 of us in strawberries constantly for the last 3 or 4 weeks. And, you know, simple thing, we don't really do anything to them now. Go out there, pick the strawberries and eat them. You know, and it's that extra little slice of luxury that stems from, you know, just the initial layout and planting them and stuff like this. And like you say, Guardian, you know, I think a lot more people will be thankful that the fact they put the effort in initially, planted some sort of bush, shrub, tree, etc., that actually yields something, because it will just keep giving, you know, season on season if they treat it right and so on. But yeah, it's far, you know, the rewards are great.
Also being able to start doing some guerrilla gardening. I think it was about a month ago that we spoke on it briefly, where it comes to guerrilla gardening for a bug out location and actually making sure that some of those trees, obviously using trees that are in distance.
Yeah. UK Urban Prepper says he'll be on after a while. He's got to get the kids to bed soon. So listen to me drone on, they'll soon be asleep.
So I think listening to a lot of us here, Preparedness Veteran, and not just you, I feel that's...
KCR, good to see you, brother.
I wanted to add on, speaking about some of those fundamental things that a person should always be carrying on their person. There's a multi-tool is so good. Yeah. If you're speaking about gear and how much, you know, is relevant for preppers, multi-tool is absolutely something you should live by. Not just a multi-tool, but a really good quality hammer, like one that's pretty stable, and then a shorthand shovel. So not a shovel that bends and has like joints in it, because I don't really approve of those. I've always found that those can break. I've used plenty of them and broken a lot of them as well. But your shorthand fixed shovel, where the handle is one piece until the shovel head as well, and you're able to have that with you. You've essentially got to do like a bit of the bugging out, kind of bushcrafting style to what you're carrying on your persons, but absolutely like hoarding as much gear as you possibly can, depending on the way you sometimes works, sometimes doesn't. I'm always an advocate for like being able to carry the majority of your preps with you and on you, should you have to move a location. And bugging in certain areas can work, I get it, but it's just that like in certain other areas that bugging in is essentially just waiting for people that have nothing to arrive and to basically swarm you. So depends on where you are. That's a realistic scenario, and I can speak and I can advocate for it because it has occurred already many times throughout where I live. So I'll say that having a capability to have a correct inch bag, which, as I've said before, has taken me upwards of like around a decade to build successfully. So yeah, it's important. So full tank shovel, yes, yeah, 100%, brother. Good to see you, by the way.
See, I think an EDC is a good one to get people thinking about and starting off with, because if people have a dedicated regular EDC and not just pick up a load of stuff when they walk out the house, it starts to get them thinking as to their situation, where they're working, where they're traveling, and so on, where they're visiting on a daily basis, what actually gear they need in order to see them through anything that happens when they're out. And yeah, I'm sure everyone's, it's sort of EDC that they'll carry a bottle of water, probably a phone, and everything from, say, a multi-tool, whether it be Swiss Army knife, Leatherman, Gerber, or whatever, all the way through to more elaborate gear, maybe a decent first aid kit,
Good to see you.
notebook, etc. And if they can start, if they start off with that, on the plus side, it doesn't cost that much compared to the household preps and the family prep scale. And then secondly, it gets them thinking a mindset of what do I actually need? Because EDC is good, because if you carry a lot of rubbish that you don't need, you're carrying it, and it's down to you. Fine, if you want to take 3 tons of EDC gear, fine. If you want to take absolute minimal stuff, then the same sort of things applies. Also, going up from a scale up from there is some sort of evacuation bag or bug out bag. Again, people put together all these elaborate systems and methodologies and gear, and some people have got day sacks, some people have got massive rucksacks. The key indicator with this sort of thing is they should use it and practice with it at least once a year. At least once a year. But a lot of people don't. And then they'll discover what is actually relevant in that bag, because they're carrying it. And if they carry it for, say, a 3 to 5 mile walk, then they'll suddenly realize that, well, do I actually need the bag of diamonds I've got in there? Do I actually need the pot of gold? Do I actually need this 3 pairs of boots I've got in there just in case? All this sort of stuff. So experience based as well. It's definitely.
Hey, Nick.
I've seen this as well in the army, where you get the younger, more inexperienced guys who just carry far too much crap, really do. And 3 days into the exercise, you could be 20 mile into a cabin along in the hills, and they're struggling. And you think to yourself, well, what you got in your burger? There's rubbish in there they don't actually need and never use. So yeah,
that's a classic.
I've seen an officer. We went on exercise to the Sahara. He took bags of sand to the Sahara. This bloke. This is completely inexperienced bloke, because he wanted to train with it out there.
Right. Was it for racking purposes?
Yeah. I've also seen people on exercise with, an elaborate wash kit. So their wash kit is the size of like 2 bricks. Everyone else is carrying, a toothbrush, 1 bar of soap, and a bit of toothpaste. Bare down to the minimum, because they know they got to carry the bugger. So experience is really does refine what people need. And like me as well. I mean, I'm not immune to this sort of thing. I mean, right. when the pandemic came a couple of years ago, we didn't really know what to expect. So, because I didn't have any sort of pandemic point of reference before or any experience in it. So when the first indication we got, we went out there and bolstered our preps up. So I went out and bought a load of gear to enable me down the line to build a sick room. So extra plastic sheeting, gowns, gloves, extra masks, headgear for plastic sort of things chefs wear and stuff, and all this stuff, and rolls of gaffer tape, and didn't use it. It was just completely irrelevant stuff. Yeah, so maybe what I actually should have bought was more, I don't know, hand sanitizer, more mask and stuff. But yeah, that's what I mean by point of reference. You know, if we haven't got any sort of point of reference or any other people to advise us, it's just down to sort of trial and error at the end of the day. If you get it wrong, it could cost people's lives, or, you know, being severely uncomfortable and hardship. If you get it right, fine, ticking the box, well done, you know.
Yeah, and I think it's
Welcome,
those.
Evil Girl 87. Good to see you.
Welcome in. I think that it definitely comes down to, as you say, trial and error. Learning from your own mistakes, I think, is fantastic. I've made, well, many mistakes. I think approaching 40 at the end of this year as well now, and being like an avid hiker since my teen years, I'm definitely somebody that has made many mistakes in carrying overburdening myself. Believe that I need every single fancy bit of item out there as well. And then obviously just going through age and experience, gaining experience, and I'm still consistently learning. I think that that's one of the beautiful parts of life, is that we all feel the same way, that we consistently learn from one another too. And I will just take a moment to, I'm sorry that my voice is like a bit messed up. I've got a sore throat at the moment, so
Oh, there it goes, look. He's coming over there.
Yeah, no, it's the first time I've been sick in 4 years. And the thing is that, like, the weird thing about that is it's because I've stopped working out for like the last month or so.
Right.
I've based, and it's funny how all of a sudden I stop working out, and then I start getting like my immune system gets like lowered, and boom, because it's winter, like I get sick, right? So I think that if I can quickly, just for a second, advocate for the moon bag. Now,
what was that? Sorry, what was that? The moon bag.
Yeah, the moon bag. We're speaking about it in the chat over there as well.
Right.
Norfolk UK Prepper was speaking about not really doing the EDC bag. So that, you know, runs in tandem, and I'll just take 30 seconds to cover this quickly from my opinion and my point of view on it, right? And that's that, like, if we look at the way that a moon bag operates, if you try and use a moon bag, I always hated them until I tried one out. And after using one for like just 2-3 months, you will never ever want to like not have one with you. I can understand that you can also get tactical vests, which have like good amounts of pocket pouches, which can zip closed with good quality zips. And I love those things. I love tactical vests that they can equip your kind of like and increase your carry capacity on your persons without having extra bags with you at all. So the moon bag falls in line with that. And to answer the question quickly, and I'd love to hear from the rest of the panel too, but this is a brilliant question, and Norfolk UK Prepper, I will die on the hill of my moon bag. Since I started using it about like almost a decade ago, I love that thing so much. Now, the reason for a moon bag, so 3 items that I'll always have, and I'll sum it down to that in an EDC, irrespective of the situation, right? So creative redundancy there pops up with the brilliant one. Water. Yeah, if you've traveled far away, water is so good. You've got to have water. Like, water is extremely important. And it's not one of those 3, strangely enough, but you've got to carry it with you. So the 3 things that I would carry with me at all times, absolutely, would be a full tank fixed blade knife of good quality. So a very good survival and bushcrafting knife. Guaranteed, I almost never leave the home without it. So like, that's something that's extremely important at all times. And then a multi-tool with my second item. Absolutely, no matter where I go, I've got a multi-tool with me. And then if I was really out in the bush for a while, a magnifying glass. And the reason why I say a good quality, durable magnifying glass is for fire. You can absolutely carry on a fire from late afternoon if you use a bit of sun. And of course, we all used to flint and steels and ferrocerium rods. Those are fantastic. But when it comes down to like a very high quality, durable magnifying glass that won't break under any conditions, you'll never ever need to have another fire starter again. And I'm sorry, but like, that's those 3. So a fixed blade full tang knife, good quality bushcraft knife, absolutely, that stood the test of time. You're going to get what you pay for.
No problem.
And then multi-tool, and then like your magnifying glass.
Yeah.
Speaking of good quality knives, the most expensive knife I have, I showed it before. It's my A1, okay? This is a good quality knife, but you have to pay for it
Yeah,
It's expensive.
That's one of the best. That's one of the best knives out there, Shadow. That's a beautiful blade.
Yeah.
There.
It is. And I have used this many times, and this one has not failed me yet. So
Look at the bevel. Look at the bevel on that as well. It's brilliant. I love it. Yeah, that's amazing.
yeah, it's a 5mm blade. 5mm.
Likewise,
thick.
knives are a good example. Actually, is not just actually buying the gear, but you've got to know how to maintain it, sharpen it.
Use a whetstone. Yeah.
Fix it if you get any sort of nicks in it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And be safe with it as well. I can imagine a lot of people. There's bound to be a lot of people out there who buy it. Have got the budget to buy a lot of gears. Things like knives and stuff like that, and they put them away just in case. And when the time comes to use it, they'll get cuts, nicks, lacerations on themselves because they haven't used it properly, or they're not regularly using it or know how to use it properly. So always, skills and training come in line with all this sort of stuff. I mean, I bought a new cooker this week, and I'm not just going to pack it up, put it away. Thank you very much. I'm going to get it out, use it, and see how it works. Gauge the temperature on it, see what I can cook with it, how fast it cooks, and so on and so on and so on. Read the actual manual and all this sort of stuff. So yeah, this is what I mean by the time element and the management element of this gear. I mean, I don't think you, Shadow, would put that in a drawer away somewhere and leave it without checking it periodically. It just wouldn't happen. So yeah, training with this gear is definitely a must. Definitely. It's interesting actually because when I said at the beginning, it will also depend on the type of event and how long you're planning to survive, continue, thrive, sustain yourself for. I've picked up a selection of books off my shelf earlier for this sort of episode. And one of them I picked up was a 1980s manual called Protect and Survive. And on the front,
Never
it says,
heard of that one before.
Right, it says, Google it. Just Google Protect and Survive. You'll see it. It's an orange and black pamphlet issued by the government in the 80s. It says on the front, this booklet tells you how to make your home and your family as safe as possible under nuclear attack. And you get to the gear section. And it's quite good actually because this is like a pre-technological description of gear really. Section 1, drinking water, always number 1, drinking water. And the sideline from that, as everyone should agree, water you should also not just store some water, but have the ability to filter the water, condense the water, whatever, to make it potable and drinkable. Gotta be number one solution.
Some smoked dried meat can last a really long time too. Some dried meat can be fantastic. So like on side of those snack bars, nutritious, high in vitamins and minerals like snack bars. So like your bars that are designed for that, survival bars as well. You can get them on the internet for bulk and really cheap amounts as well. So it just depends on where you're looking. And obviously at the moment, I'm not going to advocate for any specific online shopping, but I mean, the world's at your fingertips right now. So if things had to go crashing down tomorrow, just make sure that you're making the use of it today, in a wise way, of course.
Exactly. We've got the luxury of time at the moment, definitely. So drinking water, and it actually says in this thing, survival kit, 5 essentials for survival in your fallout.
Hey, Venerable Owl, good to see you, brother.
So it's a drinking water, etc., obviously filtration, storage, that sort of stuff. Number 2, food. Number 3, portable radio and spare batteries. So obviously these priorities would change depending on the event, but this is specific to a nuclear attack according to the government in the 1980s. Tin opener, bottle opener, cutlery and crockery. So somewhere to eat from. Number 5, warm clothing. And then a whole things from changes of clothing, toiletries, soap, table and chairs, which is a funny one. Torches, spare batteries, candles, matches, portable stove and fuel saucepan, so the ability to cook, bedding and sleeping bags. So that was all the information. Oh, then it goes on first aid kit, a box of dry sand, cloths and tissues for wiping plates or utensils to cut down on water usage, to clean plates and stuff like that. Notebook and pencils for messages, brushes, shovels and cleaning materials, rubber or plastic gloves, dustpan and brush, clean-up operation, toys and magazines, and a clock. So this is, I read that direct from this 1980s Prepare and Protect and Survive Nuclear Attack pamphlet. So that'll obviously be, slightly different to varying scenarios. Always, people probably see drinking water will be number 1, goes without argument, and then the rest thereafter will probably change up and down the scale of priorities. But yeah, well, sanitation, like it says there, everyone needs to urinate, defecate, etc. How are you going to do it? People need to plan for that. It's a given. It's going to happen. So you're going to need water. That's a given. You're going to have to breathe. That's a given. Luckily enough, air is free at the moment and non-contaminated. Well, that's arguable. And you're going to need to go to the toilet. So, that is going to be a big tick in the box. You don't necessarily have to go and buy gear for it. You can make, a toilet out of scrap wood, etc. Or, you can identify a location in the bushes or trees, or, could be down the bottom end of the garden. It depends on weather and stuff and the event. But everyone's going to need to do it. Everyone at some point is going to need to eat. Otherwise, you're going to start to lose condition. You're going to lose body mass, muscle mass, strength. And then all sorts of other elements are going to start creeping in. So food is going to be the high priority. Likewise, like I said earlier, if it's a destructive event people are preparing for, like an earthquake, first aid kit will be high on that priority, because it goes hand in hand with collapsing buildings, secondary injuries from falling debris, etc. And you're going to have to treat these people, otherwise they're going to die within a couple of hours, depending on the injury they get. And likewise, you are going to be the first responder. So it's not just a case of look after yourselves. You're going to have to be dealing with other casualties, etc., etc. Now, I've heard a lot of preppers go out there, say, I'm not worried about anyone else. I'm more concerned with myself. Fine. But when it's a shorter term event, like an earthquake, earthquakes come and go. And you just can't leave people, it's not morally right to leave people dying, etc., etc. So you're going to have to be dealing with this sort of thing. So, as we said, it's got to be, unless you're specifically targeting one event or type of disaster, etc., then you can make it generic as well. Yeah. I mean, the problem comes with preparedness gear when people are looking at more generic events, like, I'm preparing for SHTF. Okay, what is SHTF? It
could be
yeah, exactly. It's a bit non-definable.
Local, it could be regional, it could be nation, global.
Yeah, it encompasses a whole array of things. So if someone is thinking about, what gear to actually be, to get, then they've got to narrow down, pinpoint it at some level as to what they're preparing for. I mean, preparing for SHTF is a bit broad brush. You can get the generic things, food, water, first aid, and so on and so on. But the more focused you are, the better position you'll be in, because the more targeted gear you'll have, if you see what I mean. And then it likewise, it goes into timescales then. I mean, people have, if you're talking real longer term stuff, then you really are in a hardcore preparedness homesteading sort of scenario, where you're not necessarily injuries and first aid comes down your priority list a bit, because if he gets an economic collapse, then first aid is going to come down the priorities a bit. Security will come up the priorities more. The ability to have some form of sustainable food source will be a focus, and that priority will come right up the list.
Hey, Dave Knight. Good to
once
see
your
you.
existing tins, freeze-dried food, dehydrated food have gone. Then what? And as we said before in previous podcasts, the clock is ticking. Something happens, the clock is ticking. And it just depends on what type of event will determine how fast or the duration of that ticking clock.
I also don't know how. I'm not sure how many people have used Layla since I spoke about it before as well.
Yes, I looked at that actually.
Yeah. Oh, brilliant. Did you? Right.
I didn't use it. You had to pay for downloading it. So that was the stumbling block.
But once you do it, it's capable of offline. So it's an AI assistant that is, and I cannot tell you how many different situations you may find yourself in where you will wish that you had Google and not have Google. But Layla, the offline AI assistant, can essentially help you with so many different problems when it comes to that. So having an extremely strong and durable capability to keep your phone with you at all times as well, like a solid old school Android with an extraordinarily rugged cover, and also like a few spare screens won't harm you either. And then having the capability to have a good power bank with a legitimate solar panel as well, those small compact solar panels. But again, with a lot of these preps, when you're prepping properly, you're absolutely going to have to fork out a little bit of coin for these type of things.
Yeah.
But having like a very good quality, sturdy Android phone, or if you can get hold of a cat phone, I mean, you are definitely way away then. Get hold of a really good cat phone if you have the capability to.
Sorry, is that a Caterpillar rugged phone?
Yes, Caterpillar industrial worksite phone. Yeah. It even has infrared. So think of the applications for a second as well. That those cat phone, the infrared specifically using for manual tasks, industrial type tasks. So a lot of the time having an app like Layla will absolutely, if nobody else has Google and you have Layla, like you essentially have like a form of Google. It's obviously not, it doesn't have everything on it either. I understand that.
Does that because I looked at it, Layla, but I didn't. You had to pay for it, so I didn't at the time. But get it? Does that? So once you pay for it and downloaded it, I'm taking it that you can update it to keep it current.
Yes, absolutely.
Right.
You can. Yes, you can.
Right.
Absolutely. And it's something that just helps a lot. I mean, I can't tell you how much time I've just also experimented and got into when it comes down to that is going to be a resource that will make you a king among men. I'm telling you,
Chris,
and I never want leadership. I'm not speaking about that, but I'm speaking about the information side. Like you have no idea what an advantage that could give somebody.
Hey, Ohio Valley Prepping, good to see you.
Also, I'm going to go make myself coffee, but this is an extremely interesting stream. Thank you for hosting as always, Shadow. I'll be back in 2
You're
minutes.
very welcome. It's always a pleasure.
Yeah, it's a very he's dropped off there. That's a very good thing. I'll reconsider that. The ability to consult something that will suggest things and come up with different solutions and calculations and stuff like that. Definitely a good thing to do. Definitely.
Yeah, it's only, again, I've got somebody that I've been watching like for about 2 decades now as well, like for a very, very long time on YouTube, and following a lot of like his knowledge and advice on certain things. He says himself that right now is the worst, and if you think, the more you think about this in your daily activities and whatever you're going through within your day-to-day activities, like in your life, if you think about the fact that AI is worse right now, then it'll never be worse than what it is right now. It'll never be as weak or as powerless as it is right now. It is only going to improve. And if you look at technology, like back when I was in school, like being 40, like when I was in school, like 25 years ago or something, we only had Snake on like our phones and stuff. And like it was very, if you look at Nokia 3310s, the 5210s, all those things from the back, like back then, and you look at how technology's just bursted, like maybe not as much as some people would have assumed, but of course, like it's just ridiculous to see where we're at right
I'll tell you what, a Nokia 3210, you've seen the price of those these days. They've gone right up.
They're collector's item now, yeah.
Yeah. Thing is,
they're dirty as hell.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to have one, but we can't use those phones anymore. Because the 3G network has finished here now, and they're just not able to be used for that sort of phone.
It sucks, but it was one of the best phones. Obviously, you're not going to get any operating system on it or anything like that.
No.
But,
mind you can still store text information.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. And you can
without it.
Yeah, you can use it to break open windows. You can use it as an assault weapon. A Nokia 5210 covers it all.
Also, if you've got the ability to charge it, then and no matter what phone people have got, they've also got then the ability to do simple calculations using the online calculator. The ability to entertain the kids, say, because it's got little basic games on it and all this sort of stuff. Yeah, so
if you have everything sorted out in your day-to-day life for the most part, and you've got a semi-sustainable lifestyle out there in the middle of nowhere, and you guys have very little to do. I mean, there's always board games that you can create and stuff as well. You can even make a lot of things with carpentry, but like, toys and stuff as well. But for the most part, like having something like that just from like the quote unquote old world would absolutely be amazing. And that's where I say as well, like having that Android phone or having a cat phone and making sure that it stays in good condition. I will warn you though, as fantastic and durable and rugged as a phone that you can have, if by any reason you are traveling over a body of water, you have to absolutely make sure that that phone is strapped onto you. Because a good friend of mine, I think it was about a year and a half ago, maybe 2 years ago, somewhere around there, was coming down the river with one of the newish cat phones that he had just gotten like about 2-3 months prior to that. And as he was going down the river, it fell off into the water and they weren't able to recover it. So I'm just warning you that even if you have an amazing phone, make sure that you've got a capability to strap that phone to you, because it can essentially become a lifeline. So yeah, you just got to be smart with them. I'm not speaking about the Nokias. I'm speaking about strictly like a very rugged Android or cat phone that you can use for an extremely long time.
I've got on my boat, when I'm out on my boat, I always have a waterproof phone case. If you drop it in, not only it makes it float, it protects it and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's what you need.
Likewise, people have got to realize that on a modern smartphone these days, regardless if people are going to use it online or use it for comms or whatever like this, the computing power in that phone is phenomenal compared to, we've all heard the old adage of, the more computing power in your phone than it took to send man to the moon. People believe that, conspiracies and all this sort of stuff. And very, very underestimated, taken for granted tool. And people can argue whether the fact that it's relevant or essential. I'd say this to them. So if you're out in the wilderness and you've just crashed your plane and all you've got is a phone and you've got a signal, that becomes, up there next to water as far as importance goes, because that is your only sort of escape to rescue or your routes to rescue sort of thing. So yeah.
The capability that's got another big one, preparedness veteran, about having the phone in those situations. I know that if there's an EMP that you might not be so lucky. I understand that there's also, you know, other criteria to it as well. But what I will say is the capability to take photos, to journal things, with taking photos as well, being able to record if you needed to, if you really needed to, and having an amazingly powerful light. Like, so a lot of the phones as well come out with like a pretty solid, genuine light, and it can run that light for a long time before it completely runs flat. So if you have the capability to recharge, that's why I say with your solar as well, and a good
Hey there,
power
good to see you.
Hi, PB, Guardian. Sorry.
Hey, how you doing? All right?
Yeah, lovely to have you here.
I mean, I can go.
Hey, Shadow.
Reeling
Good
back
to
the
see
clock. Let's start on Bosnia, Kosovo, Sierra Leone, Afghanistan, Central America, Pakistan. Pakistan earthquake. Yeah, the places I've been to, deployments, and there's a few more, but there was a common theme going on all the time. You know, and you saw what the people were living with, what they had to work with, and so on and so on. And that, you know, and they were alive, a bit of a variation of condition and all this sort of stuff. But people were, although people were walking around in rags, they literally had nothing. When you look at the critical, I think this is, you know, going back to what is completely relevant. If you could categorize them in various stages, I suppose. Yeah, what is critical to keep you alive? So, yeah, obviously depending on what climate you're in, you could be in boreal forest area, desert region, arid region, temperate region, etc., etc. And these people in these sort of war zones, so they were living in SHTF sort of events, civil war unrest, etc., etc. Yeah, what we saw from that is the fact that they made rudimentary cookers, some of them. So they had the ability to cook, get yourself a decent cooker now that will function and work off of stuff like wood that is readily available, obviously in certain areas, you know, unless you're in the Arctic or the desert. The ability to make water drinkable, and you know, some of these people didn't have any elaborate filtration systems, didn't have any soy minis back then, didn't have any life straws back then, etc., etc. So basically, a cooking pot or a kettle, and the ability to go to the river or stream to get some water. So that's the water's ticking the box. Basic blankets and clothing, it's fairly easy to come by in this day and age. You know, in this day and age, even though you could forage it or get it from wherever. The ability to grow food, and the food aspect of it. Most of these people started. You saw these sort of, especially in Bosnia and Kosovo, these farm plots springing up in people's back gardens. Every square bit of land that was available and safe, that either wasn't covered by, say, snipers or mines, or in some sort of dangerous area where you're in the middle of, you know, the conflict line. Every square inch there was something planted there, cultivated, grown, because people were trying to, you know, maximize everything they could around them. And then, you know, people carried on. They lived. They did rely on aid to some extent, but that was pretty much few and far between in most cases. So yeah, I mean, we even saw people, you know, animal dogs were not off the menu. Hunting, the ability to hunt at the basic level as well. Squirrels, rabbits, pigeons, seagulls, all birds, snakes. So people have got to think about.
Can I just add in there, having a slingshot with you?
Yes.
A lot of the rubber bands is amazing.
Yeah.
You can make slingshots out there pretty easily, but having like a very good quality, like compact plastic hardy slingshot, maybe 2 or 3 of them. Remember, 2 is one is none, and then having the capability to have like a large amount of those rubber bands as well. It's a brilliant small like scale hunting is fantastic.
Exactly, yes, because it's all right people going out and buying elaborate weaponry and all this sort of stuff to go hunting with, but you give your kids a catapult or a slingshot, half hour later they'll be back with rabbits, squirrels and birds and all sorts, and you can survive on that quite easily. And that sort of thing, a catapult for instance, is so effective up to 20 meters, 25 meters, maybe a bit more. That's very underestimated, and it takes up a little bit of room. So you've got, I forget the actual mechanism, whether it be a catapult or whatever, but it could be an air rifle, But the point is, you've got the means then to continue or extend your food source, or give you extra options, or bolster up your supplies when something does happen. Because when something does happen, like we said before, the clock is ticking. If you've got 3 months of the tins stored, all eyes are on those tins for that, as you're eating your way through them, and you would want something to slow that process down, slow that clock down before they all run out. So there's nothing better than opportunistic hunting or foraging with, say, catapults, slingshots, air rifles, quiet. In effect, quiet, basic tools that are effective. And agree.
Okay.
It's a brilliant thing.
Nice slingshot.
Yeah, there you go. What type's that? Oh, a Guardian. Yeah, and get some spare elastics because they're cheap. And extends it. Yeah, exactly. That looks like a Black Widow type jobby. Yeah, brilliant. And you can actually get, if you haven't got, if you either use stones or marbles, which are quite a good one, you can get dedicated, say 8mm steel ball bearings and stuff like this. So the ammunition is harvestable from a variety of sources as well, even from vehicles. Break down a vehicle, you've got components in the vehicle which contain ball bearings and stuff like that. You can also use arrows. You convert it into a sling bow, which is a very effective and lethal weapon.
Yeah,
definitely.
So the ability as well, aside from, because these are some of my slingshots, I have a couple more as well. It's something that I actually do prep. So when it comes to and the spare rubber bands, if you keep them in good quality in a airtight locker as well, they can last forever. Not just that, but having the capability to use a spear and practicing it every now and again. I'm actually a little bit out of practice. I haven't done proper spear throwing for about 2 months, 3 months now. But it is something, and having an assegai is fantastic. The capability to have a spear thrower, and you can make a spear thrower. Primitive technology, that guy in Australia that does everything in his shorts, that brilliant guy that's made gone through all the fun, the different ages, Stone Age, different copper as well, how to make copper out there in the wilderness. Primitive technology, the actual channel, is one of the most enlightening channels if you want to learn a lot of those skills and then actually go out there and practice them and become good at them. I think within my career as a scout, within my time within the scouts as well, it's always been something that I've really enjoyed, is just learning those very basic primitive skills that you should have as muscle memory. But a spear is brilliant. A spear, if you may, javelin, creative redundancy gets it completely. It's a tried and tested method. Not only that, but a spear, a good quality spear that you've been able to craft yourself, is a fantastic weapon. The range of it is ridiculous. But you honestly got to just know what you're getting into.
Yeah, definitely. Here comes Shadow with his spear.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a brilliant piece of tech right there. I love that.
Combat version.
Yeah. And you can use it again and again and again. And that is designed in itself. That is very, very intense. I love that.
That's a tactical spear. Now you wouldn't want to mess with that. No. Costa is showing us his version. Is this the Spartan version?
Yeah. This is the, but this is the spot. Well, actually,
You want to see the tip?
this is a curtain pole.
Right. Yeah.
So it's perfect, but I haven't got a tip on it. But I like what Shadow's got.
Yeah, it's a M48 tactical Talon spear.
Actually quite relatively cheap. Talking about 30 odd quid. Oh yeah. Costa's frozen or he's not moving. Oh, there he is.
Yeah, if he's not talking, there's something wrong. Yeah, hello, I'm okay. Yeah, he's talking. Can you guys hear me, or do I need the headphones on?
You're okay. You're okay.
Okay. Yeah, curtain poles are brilliant. You know, curtain pole really cut, nice thickness.
Yeah, it's a good one.
And I use it in combination with this little one. This is another style that I've got, as well as sort of a stick style. I've got 2 stick style as well. I'll do a video one down it. 2 stick style.
Yeah, there you go. See, Bob will be saying that you can make that into a good pair of harness sticks now. Yeah, I mean, you're talking about, what preps, what gear actually matters. Some people would class that as an essential if their priority was defense, home invasion, and they couldn't have access to any other sort of weapons, you see. So, likewise, the priority list is a bit more fluid and fluctual, and it would depend on what you're preparing for. But yeah, good. I mean, one thing we haven't really. I'll just be back in a second. I've got something to deal with.
Okay, no problem.
I'll also take a little bit of time, take a moment here quickly to show you just 3 basic. I know I'm doing a little bit of show and tell here for a second too, but I'll show you 3 basic axes that are quite useful for long term. So this axe is an Ultra Edge. You can find like them online as well, but you can also get them at camping stores. The blade itself is incredible, and you can repurpose it and make yourself new handles out there if you needed to, but it'll last you forever. And even though this is a bit of a makeshift tool as well, but it's got a saw inside here, so it basically doubles up as a very good. This saw has lasted me for such a long time, and I don't use it like on projects that are too big for its purpose. Then we've got a standard axe, which everybody's used to these. Use the back of that as well as a hammer if you need to. It's fantastic. And then something else that I really like having is this, which is more of a permanent axe, and then it has a crowbar piece at the end of it as well that you can see has gotten a bit of use into it. So it's got the hammer on the back. It's a fixed piece, so it's, as you can see, it's all the way through the item as well, through the handle. And for the most part, like when it comes down to utility and defensive measures, this is a fantastic weapon. Some of you as well might be familiar with the capabilities that it has as well. So yeah, just having a good quality axe will be amazing in those type of scenarios. You've got to, and remember, 2 is 1, 1 is none. May as well have 3.
I agree with that. A good axe is very useful, and it's nice to have them in different sizes.
Yeah.
Actually, I have. Sorry, I need to minimize him.
Right, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Yeah, this is my tomahawk.
Right. So up the scale, here's a question for you, Shadow. For, say, generic preparedness, what you're preparing for and all this sort of stuff, how up or down the scale would you consider that as an essential? But obviously, based the fact on you've got other tools that could possibly do the same job.
It depends on what I'm going to do.
Yeah.
This I probably take if I stay longer, like for a week, 2 weeks, for a base camp, basically.
Yeah.
And I have a smaller axe as well. It's a scout axe, basically. So,
Yeah. No, good. And then Costa's showing us his hoe.
This is my hoe. I'm not
Right.
talking American hoe. This is English hoe.
Yeah.
And, fantastic bit of kit. Made of steel.
Right.
Very,
Yeah.
very, very strong. And it's got, of course, the hoe end.
Yeah.
You can sharpen this if you wanted to. You can sharpen any side you want.
Yeah, I mean, look at the old medieval days when the mob carrying pitchforks and shovels were their weapons, you know. So I mean, this, everyone listening out there, they should rewind the clock and listen to the previous year's worth of podcasts that we've done on Shadow Show, because all these sort of things, even though we're overlapping a bit of this and a bit of that, we've covered foraging weapons, we've covered water and all this sort of stuff, and what counts and stuff and priorities. It's all blending together, merging into one sort of. It's almost like people could use this as like a sort of a guidance network, if you like. It's all coming together into sort of a rounded system of preparedness, where it's the problem with preparedness. There's so many strands to it.
Oh yeah.
If people were to Google, aspects of preparedness, or not necessarily Google, but if people were to DuckDuckGo, the strands of preparedness, you'll probably see, and do a picture search, you'll probably see a picture of, I don't know, there's one picture I'm thinking of, and it's a really complex looking structure. It's almost like a tree looking from above. And you've got all these strands coming off it, from security to water and all the subcomponents of water, say, filtration, condensing, SODIS, etc., to food, foraging, growing, sustaining, etc., all this stuff. And this is why it's a massive subject, and people can, their heads can spin, really. Yeah, people have got to reel themselves in. Really have got to reel themselves in, stop, what are your priorities, and work from there. One of the things we haven't really spoken about, which is on just about every nation's disaster list, guarantee it will be a form of communication, not necessarily two-way, but being able to receive updates, staying informed. Everyone said all these government websites which have researched, what to do, and people say the government's not interested. Yes, they are interested. They want people to prepare. They want people to prepare so that it takes the burden off of them, because they're expected to go and produce goods and produce results. And
certain countries advocate, certain governments of certain countries legitimately advocate for it.
A wind-up radio is probably on every list that you can look at, from CDC to, government advisory list. So you could say, okay, if they're all talking about this sort of thing, it should be on your sort of list, because no matter what the event is, it could be a almost near apocalyptic event to a short-term tremor or a flash flood. Nearly all those events at some stage, and it will probably be in the early stages or preceding the event, it will be information updates. So if we're talking about hurricanes, for instance, a week before the hurricane, they'll probably have some idea that the winds are building. So information starts to flow. The hurricane hits, power goes out, for instance. Your only means of comms or to get information streams coming in and keep getting updates is your wind-up radio. So you could say that's an essential. So that's a good place to start. start with, I don't know, the CDC website in America, for instance. Start with your own government advisory website that covers disasters and preparedness and something like this. In Europe, for instance, most European countries now have got a European preparedness pamphlet. Sweden's got one. Britain hasn't. Every well, not every nation. That's wrong. Some nations now have or are developing an emergency preparedness alert system. It's mostly on phones, but it can be sirens and stuff like this. So information flow is so important because you want to be informed. You want to know what's happened. You want to know if it's getting worse. You want to know how many people died, how many people survived, when aid is coming, when rescue is coming, if any, all this sort of stuff. Where to head to for safety. So a decent radio wind up or battery or solar is quite important. So have that ticket off the list with your food, your water, your first aid kit, and so on. But yeah, and it can even wind it back even further. You could even say, okay, regardless of what specific items you need, generically, you need an emergency kit. Whatever is in it is up to you. Crack on. A lot of people just don't even have an emergency kit. It's just unbelievable until they're forced to have it. People. You've heard the old adage of you've got insurance for your car because you have to, and all this sort of thing. So, yeah, it's basics. It is basics, and like I said, a lot of people don't know where to start. A lot of people are naive. A lot of people haven't got that point of reference, or where to work from, how to work from, and what route to go down. And some people use information which can lead them down the wrong path, like scaremongering videos and so on, and they end up buying kit which is way beyond their budget. Way beyond their budget, and just suits the channel that's selling it to you.
We're so unprepared over here. In the winter, it's laughable. Like, you get snow, and then certain places have got salt and other places haven't. Hampstead, which is upper class, of course they got salt. Here, where I live, there's been years when they never even had salt, let alone being prepared for anything else. I mean, you go on the underground, there's no air conditioning.
Well, you could argue the fact that I can see where some of these things come from. I mean, if you look at places like Canada, Russia, for instance, they have spent, and the Scandinavian countries, they've spent the time and effort on big, expensive machinery, systems in place, and procedures because they know they're going to get this thing regularly.
Yeah.
Whereas in Britain, it's so temperamental. We could have 4 seasons tomorrow. And so from a budgetary governmental point of view, is there a need to
prioritize?
Spend multi-millions of pounds on big elaborate snow clearing machines for major airports if it's potentially only going to snow for 3 or 4 days a year, and then you've got the maintenance aspects of it, training people up to use the equipment and all this sort of thing. It's like, okay, you could say people who live in the north of England in rural areas, why don't they have studded tires on their vehicles in the winter? Yeah, things like that. It's a bit of a crap example, I suppose, but
it's not exactly an outdoorsy sort of type country, although we do have outdoor activities. People do your caravan, your putt-ins and your beach days out. They're not typically sort of like you just said, mentioned certain countries that have got the equipment there because they suffer certain things.
Yeah, I mean, I constantly think in many aspects, Britain is one of the safest countries in the world when it comes to natural disasters.
Yeah.
And there's a
Hey,
massive
Howie,
level.
good to see you.
There's a massive level of complacency there. You know, there have been big scale things happen historically, but because they haven't happened in the last 100, 200 years on huge scales, it doesn't mean they're going to happen again. So someone somewhere is weighing up the risks. You know, it's likewise on the personal level. You know, if you got a set budget and you know you can spend, let's talk dollars, $20 a month every month on preps, you've really got to think about what you're buying. Otherwise, you know, 4 or 5 months down the line, you're going to end up with a drawer full of tin openers when you should have spent them on various other things. You know, so you've got to weigh up the. This is where it gets more complex. You know, weigh up the risks of what you're preparing for versus the frequency, the likelihoods, etc., etc.
Yeah.
In some cases, you just can't lose, but you can win in other areas. You know, I'm not speaking to you directly because I'm sort of to the general public.
Yeah.
But, you know, people out there have got to realise that no matter what gear you get, if you're unsure, you can win in certain areas, like food. So the old adage, store what you eat, can't go wrong. You know, if people buy a couple of tins a week, couple of tins a month or whatever, and that gradually builds up and you're rotating it through because you're eating what you're storing, you can never go wrong. You know, you're onto a winner.
I've been storing McDonald's burgers because apparently they last for years.
Yeah, that's right. You know, so if someone goes out there and is prepared to fork out initially, I don't know, some money or whatever on food, tins, whatever form of food it is, at some point they're going to eat it. You know, so it's not food, it's not preps going to waste.
Yeah,
you have to get a bit more choosy when it comes to other things like, I don't know, for instance, one of the key essentials, modern day invention, is the freezer. So how do you keep your freezer going, for instance? So you have to be a bit more choosy about this then. You have to start calculating the power requirements from the freezer, how long it's going to be on or off throughout the day because it's not permanently on. What power provisions are you going to use? Diesel generator, petrol generator, storage of the diesel, oil to service the generator, spare spark plugs and so on, filters, all this sort of stuff. You know, the training and knowledge on how to use it safely, location, noise levels, versus, I don't know, solar, what they call the jackery type things.
Solar power stations.
Yeah, the solar power stations, the solar generators.
Yeah.
Fine, you know, if you can get one of them, you got the money to buy one of them, fine. However, you know, is one enough? At some point, that's going to run out. Have you got the ability to recharge it? You know, ideally, you should have at least 3. One being used to power the freezer, one being on standby, ready to take over, and the other one being charged. That's the golden solution. So if you're in that position, you've got then, you know, you've just forked out a lot of money because those things aren't cheap.
No, they aren't.
So if your priority is the freezer, fine. You know, that goes a long way to self-sustainment, because if you go and hunt and you get a deer, for instance, that deer is going to last a long time if you can freeze it and keep it there. Otherwise, you're into the realms of potentially giving some of it away, bartering some of it, or preserving it by some other shape or form, you know. And it's not impossible because, you know, how did they do it hundreds of years ago? They did it. If people are concerned about, you know, the choice of gear and what actually matters, just take a look back to sort of semi-technological eras like World War II, comparing it to today, really. You know, how did they get on? What did they use? Look at the equipment that was used in your local farm museum or town museum, they'll always have sort of farming gear that was used, the old scythes, basic baling equipment, machinery, basic PPE, and this sort of stuff. So, freezer. I mean, the freezer scenario was that sprang on my mind straight away, because we do get complacent as preppers. I get complacent quite often, and things do sort of get forgotten about. Your priorities change, and it was only last month for us here in Europe that the big power blackout occurred. Spain, Portugal, bits of Germany, bits of the Netherlands. Flick of a switch, power went off. Immediately, what I thought is, if I was in that situation, then your mind would be casted straight away to the freezer. How many? You got a load of food in there which can sustain you for a long time, and that would have been one of my priorities, and I didn't have at the time, and I still don't really have a solution to keep a freezer going, because it's an expensive solution, really. I've got a solution on my boat, that's solar panel array and a load of batteries, but not here, not in a house. Things tend to be a bigger scale, you see.
Oh yeah.
I mean, Guardian's put up a picture there. Here you go. Guardian's put a picture up there of a.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm showing Daria Love as well. Like just.
Oh right, cheeseburger in a can. Is that a joke or?
There's your McDonald's. There's your McDonald's right there, brother.
Never seen that one before.
You see, when you're on previous military deployments, people used to talk about burgers and stuff. Oh, I could really do with a burger and stuff like that. Can you imagine how valuable that would be if that was a true thing? And 3 months into a complete SHTF, the trade in bartering ability you would have with that.
I just was thinking, how can they get a burger in a can like that?
Processed everything, and like tons of just making sure that you've got preservatives out the wazoo on your cheese, on your roll, on everything. So I wonder what the actual shelf life of those is. And it's obviously just more gimmicky than anything. If you were going to prep them in a bug out location, it would be very interesting to have them. Even if it's twice a month, it's a special cheeseburger night where you got like that type of thing. So yeah, it's just and I think it was Preparedness veteran or Daria Love that said that it can give hope when things are really looking gloom. So yeah, something like that can actually be a pretty interesting thing to have.
Morale in a can.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of, you can only eat so many pigeons and consistently eating fish and like nuts and stuff that eventually you'll want something that's, as I said earlier, from the old world.
I mean, we multiple deployments, and just about everyone, you'd be out there, you'd be eating the same sort of cycle of rations on a 7-day basis, and 6, 7 months, 8 months down the line, you come back come back home, and first thing you do, you either get a Chinese takeaway or an Indian takeaway, or you'd straight to McDonald's. First opportunity you get for some real sort of difference in flavor.
Yeah.
But yeah, like you say, I mean, food, a lot of bland food keeps you alive, but all the better for if it's got variety and taste and difference and a bit of novelty to it. It's one of the reasons why I also store lots of sweets and chocolate in my preps, because it's a good morale boost, and there's nothing it's good to have that sort of thing when you want some sort of extra different flavor. Also, some of the foods bring back memories. Oh, we used to eat these as kids, etc., 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 and that sort of thing. Yeah. Cheeseburger in a can. Yeah, never seen that one.
I can't say I have either. So
I've seen. I mean, we used to have 10-man ration packs. So in there used to be sausages in a can, which is probably a given. Best sausages ever you can ever taste. Processed cheese in a can, all sorts of wood can stuff. And some of the stuff you wouldn't eat because you think, oh God, do I have to eat that? You'd really leave it until you're in complete desperation. But things like ration packs, you get what you're given, and but like Guardian said earlier, we've got the benefit of choice at the moment, the luxury choice, so we can choose what we buy and store at the moment. So
Yeah.
Store what you eat and have some variety in there. So definitely.
Yeah, and get used to things that you'd have to rely on in survival situations, like whatever it is, when it comes to the flora in your area, like that. And I've spoken about this as well, but it is important when it comes down to making sure that your system starts adjusting. So anything that you'd usually find, like your dandelion teas and stuff like that, start like eating some of that survival food now, so that your system starts adapting to it slightly, because you don't want to be like system shocked completely when you're out there and like you actually have to. And I understand that a lot of situations won't always take us to a bug out, I'm never coming home scenario in wilderness out there, and that whole imagery and stuff as well. But like, that's why I said, like, you never know what situation you're going to find yourself in, and you kind of have to be flexible and adaptable. And in most ultimate scenarios, if the grid does go down, being around and surrounded by a large amount of people within a city and believing that you can bug in and that nobody's going to know where the prepper lives, or like, that's why they can take everything from you but your knowledge and your skill and your will. Like, that's why I said earlier, like the first thing that I said in the beginning of the stream was that a person, irrespective of the skills, irrespective of the level of fitness, like, I understand that there are extremes which can't be ignored. But when it comes down to like a person's actual capability to get along with others, to be a nice person, to be kind, and I'm saying that of course you can take the other route and try and be a werewolf prepper where you take everybody out around you. And I mean, nobody realistically like is thinking, well, I'm not going to say nobody, but for the most part, most of the preparedness community doesn't want to like be abrasive as well to outside of people. We actually are trying to make sure that we are prepared so that we don't have to stand in those lines, as we saw during the 2020 situation when everybody was experiencing that. Like, we don't want to be that same type of person that's got to stand in those lines. And I think that's why on a Saturday night, what you said earlier, that there is overlap sometimes. I could be doing a lot of different things with like a Saturday night. All of us here could, even those of you in chat, we could be doing a different thing. But how beneficial is it to get yourself used to, and just to like consistently do the thought and mental projects that yes, things could fall apart. And when they do, how do we maintain that level of like strong psychological like stability? And I think that to do that, a person's got to really like have these conversations, make themselves aware, and understand that like, even no matter what happens, you have to have hope to persevere. So I think that one of the most important preps absolutely is just hope, and genuinely like, and I'm not speaking about feigning being a good person. I'm not speaking about being deceitful to others and trying to act like a good person, but within yourself, enjoying who you are enough and loving yourself enough that you can, and people say, oh, loving yourself. Yes, loving and liking yourself, because I think it's extremely difficult to like other people if you cannot even like yourself. So when it does come down to preps and the things that we should be on top of, absolutely, when it comes to characteristics, those will be make or break when it comes to who I would be willing to kind of like, associate with in those type of scenarios. Is a person going out there just for themselves, or can you see that there are people that want to rebuild and want to foster a society where there is that sort of like bonding when it comes to cultural understandings, when it comes to people from all walks of life banding together so that we can make a better tomorrow if things do kind of all fall apart.
I agree.
Yeah, definitely.
And Mike says, this is why I will always prep for community, not just myself.
Well said, Mark. I'm right with you. You see people like UK Urban Prep, and if you see the kind of, and of course it's easy to feign a certain thing as well, but if you see the kind of demeanor that Mark has when he's on panel as well, always greeting people, friendly, nice, has a laugh, good sense of humor, that I would I'd much rather be with surviving alongside Mark than Rambo. You know what I mean? Like than Johnny Rambo out there who wants to be aggressive and stuff. Like people that have goodwill, and I mean it, Mark. Like I can see that you're definitely somebody that that gets along with others, and you're trying to do that. So that's what I mean. That should be your prep. Be a nice person now and start practicing that. Like don't be mean to other people. Like don't be manipulative. Be honest with yourself and then honest with others. I've spoken enough about all of this, but I really mean it. Kindness goes a shit far away.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, one thing we haven't really spoken about yet is the quantity of gear that people have got. We've heard the sayings, two is one is none, and all this sort of stuff. But in some cases, you need more than one or two items, depending on what it is. I would say to people, if they're trying to prioritize any type of specific gear, then for a long-term event, then look at the things that can't be replaced, can't be made by your hands. Cooking pots, for instance. Utensils and that sort of stuff. The ability, if you haven't got the ability to recreate those items, or a decent knife, you can make a knife, but if you haven't got
and another thing that is really hard to replicate, that is a saw blade. That is really difficult to replicate. So that is another thing you need to take in consideration.
Once you've identified anything like that, and the question is, how many do you get? You got a key single point of failure, for instance, something you rely on. And let's say it's a decent knife. How many do you buy? Do you buy one knife and hope it lasts the duration of what you're doing, or do you buy two knives in case one breaks, or you have three in case the first one breaks, the second one breaks, and so on? So, again, it's down to budget and priorities, but every sort of item will have a different quantity set to it. Toilet roll, for instance, you wouldn't just be happy with 1, 2, or 3 toilet rolls. You've got to have one every day and all this sort of stuff. And as we saw, which relates to the title of how much is relevant for preppers. In some cases, not enough. Some people can't fathom the fact that at some point you're going to be without toilet roll. So they just keep buying and hoarding. Fine. At what point do you become a prepper and versus a hoarder is another question that keeps popping up in various events. So, critical items, single points of failure, or critical items which enable you to keep alive, keep the ball rolling, keep the flame alive, keep sustainment going, are things that people should look at getting spares for, at least. Or if you got one working tool, one spare, at least have the ability to repair those items or maintain those items or to keep them going. So there's a guy called we mentioned this with previous podcast, Bruce Zawalski, and he's more of a boreal wilderness professional survival instructor, and he's excellent book, etc. He's got a web page and stuff like this. He keeps going on about the critical items relating to the outdoors. I just called his website up here. I'll just run through quickly the 10 items, and these are the items that you will need in order to survive in the wilderness survival situation. So his top 3. This might be a surprise to some people. Proper clothing is at number 1. Why is it number 1? Because it's the inanimate object that keeps you alive with no effort. So proper clothing. Number 2, the means to light a fire. So everyone should already know. This is why a good background in bushcraft and survival will help people understand and prioritize the essentials of survival, and they can relate that to almost any other situation they encounter, from a post-earthquake scenario to a post-tsunami scenario, etc., or a night out, in the wilderness after you've broken down, for instance. The means to light a fire, because you can then keep yourself warm, you can cook, you can make water drinkable, etc. Number 3 was a survival knife. For various reasons, it enables you to do a whole host of things. And again, an item which is not easily replicatable. Number 4, a whistle. This is a survival scenario to attract attention, so you're enabling your rescue. Number 5, a personal first aid kit, because the situation might have come hand in hand with injury. So you want to, life-saving injury, stopping bleeding, etc. Compass, cordage, signaling mirror, cooking pot, and number 10, a bow saw.
Yeah.
Over an axe, versus because of its functions in the ability to harvest burning materials, keep you warm and stuff like that, versus effort over an axe, for instance, and the safety aspect of it as well. So and it goes on. Number 11 is a shelter, 12 is a sleeping bag,
Yeah.
etc. Yeah, have a look at it's Bruce Sawalski's website, and it's at a website address called boreal.net, and then it's under articles. I'll put a link in there if you want as well. So that's one example
please do.
of critical survival. And people want to get that book. It's an excellent book. It's one of the best books I've ever read on survival, and you can relate that to other sort of areas. Anyway, post a link there. There we go.
Okay, Emily, that's awesome.
Yeah, Emulette.
There we have it.
Yeah, and as UK Prep says there, Mike, practice. All these sorts of skills, hands-on skills, whether it be for starting the generator through to bushcraft events or survival skills, walking, fitness, etc. Keep practicing. Yeah, definitely. But if you're in a situation where you haven't got any equipment whatsoever, no preps or anything like that, you're not going to be in a very good situation if something does happen in the longer term. If someone is in a situation where they can't prepare in any way, shape, or form for whatever reason, then they can at least start learning skills.
Yeah, it's also that walking. So when you mentioned walking as well, walking is definitely one of the best exercises that a person can do, and most people have the capability. That's where I do need to mention that if people are in wheelchairs, they can even do crunches with dumbbell crunches to flex their arms and to just get that fitness in, because it is a form of cardio as long as you're moving and you're mobile. But for the most part, when it comes to walking, and just being outside, even if you're spending time in your garden or if you're doing short strolls, obviously for myself, I really enjoy doing very long hikes. But essentially, when a person's able to walk, not only are you exercising, but you're also engaging with your community around you. It helps to be, friendly within reason. You don't want to be that person that's too invasive into other people's private lives and stuff. Basically, if just walking past people, greeting them, being willing to have conversations with the people in your community, And not only that, but like when you're around the area, you also, kind of assimilate yourself with the natural world that's out there. So you start like learning about like different types of plants that are in your area. Like you start just having like so much more of a like relatability with like the surroundings as well. And just getting outside is so good for you. Like not only for the sunlight, but like just in general, like there's so many positives when it comes to like just walking and being out there. And that's why if you can opt to walk to the shop, if it's close enough, if there's a grocery store near you or something, and you can like opt to do that walk, try and do that walk once in a while if you haven't done so recently, once you've like walked for a bit, and specifically if you haven't been walking for a few days or a week or so, and you go for like a nice walk, you'll feel that when you come back, you feel so much better. Like your endorphins are going off because you feel happier. You're like just more of a positive person. So yeah, walking is absolutely great.
Yeah, and so as John McBean says on a different channel, all exercise is good exercise. Get moving, keep your body functioning.
Yeah, just move. Absolutely, just move. However you can, however far you can, just be mobile as well, and just try and take care of good health, and also avoiding sugar. Sugar is such a problem in our society. If you can trim down on sugar in any way, if you've got the ability to use alternatives, not too much honey, but honey where you would have used sugar like at certain times, and it can be a bit expensive. But yeah, absolutely, diet's important. Everybody's eating way too much bread too. Try and trim down on the bread. Don't eat as much bread if you can, and just avoid bread and sugar. Like, so your fitness is obviously one of those like fundamental things you should be taking care of.
It's so true. Being Greek, we love bread. We kind of love bread with every meal. We have bread. Like sometimes we'll have bread with bread.
Yeah.
Like, Greek people love bread. They dip it in lemon. They dip it in olive oil. They just eat it on its own. How many of us when we were little kids and your mum brought French bread and you always nabbed the corner of it? Come on, hands up. You always torn off the nice French bread corner. Or the crusty bit.
If you had a Greek mother, you were force-fed bread.
Yeah.
You didn't have any option.
Didn't it? It was fed flour when we were babies. Flour milk. It's okay. I'm just getting them used to the taste of bread from now the flour.
It's good for you there.
Bravo!
I'm not hungry. Yes, you are.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, oh my gosh, my auntie in Greece, there'd be times, we used to go for a sleep in Greece, like they do what the Spanish do, they go for a sleep.
Yeah.
And like, I'd be so stuffed, I'd eat so much, and my auntie would be like, come on, just a little bit more, so I can't eat anymore, just a little bit more, like, I can't eat anymore, honestly. And then, okay, she'll say, right, just a little bit of watermelon, a nice little bit of watermelon. I'll be like, all right, yeah, but it's got to be really little. And she brings out a quarter of the watermelon.
Yeah.
It's only water, but I'm stuffed. And sometimes I was so stuffed, I thought I was going to die. I was in pain, agony.
I went to visit my mum once, and I said to her, don't make anything, because I'll be arriving late, 10 o'clock at night. Okay. Arrived at the house, and there's this like massive 3-course dinner waiting for me. So what are you doing? I'm stuffed. I just had something on the plane and all this sort of stuff. No, you.
It's just a little snack.
Yeah, exactly.
It's just an aperitif, just a little beginner, like a little starter snack.
Yeah, they know what's good for you. Yeah, so when it comes to quantity, look at the critical items that can't be replicated and this sort of stuff, and look at getting like those even in short-term scenarios.
Well, things like oils, natural, real good oils. I mean, you can get that in fish.
Yeah. Some oils, they don't last that long storage. So,
Hey, Bob.
Hey, fellas.
How's it going, right?
Doing all right here. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Bob heard us talking about food.
Yeah,
Well,
right, yeah.
here's what I'm what I'm doing today on Shadows Live. All right, I recently bought a small package of these Aqua Tabs. They're water sanitizers. I'm going to do this on.
Yeah.
It takes one of these tablets for 2 of these regular a quart. I already got it all mixed up.
Yeah.
And I'm going to sample this stuff, mix it up, let it sit for 10 minutes, and then, okay, we're going to sample this right now on Shadows. And
Oh, nice.
There we go. Live taste test.
Live, nice.
Okay.
It should taste it with a hint of bleach taste.
Yeah, kind of like swimming pool.
Yeah.
But very, very faint, very, very faint. But one of these little these tablets are tiny. 1 tablet and 2 bottles of water. Mix it up, let it sit for 10 minutes, and then drink it. So,
of course, you can buy it if you wanted to. You could get these flavorings. You can get flavorings to make the water taste a little bit better as well if you do use the tabs.
Yeah, I mean, I've got a load of them as well, Bob. I've got they come in different sizes as well. I've got some which treat 1 tablet does 25 liters of water.
Yeah, the red packet.
1 tablet which does 5 liters, and 1 tablet which does 1 liter.
The yellow one, 2.5. I mean,
I'm just to further this along. Just give me a moment. I've got another glass full of this waiting for me in the kitchen, and I'll drink 2 glasses of it today, and then if my system can tolerate it, like I think it was you guys were talking about eating dandelions and getting your system adjusted to it before anything happens. I'll test this for a couple of days, see if my system can handle it, and then I'll order more of these. And if I can tolerate this, I can take this overseas with me, throw it right in my shirt pocket.
Yep.
Yeah.
I have it on hand, But this
Hey,
is my
Christy, see you.
my first time sampling, guys. So right here on Shadows Live.
We used to have those water purification tablets used to be in every military ration pack.
Yep.
And I was consuming those every day for 3 months before the engineers arrived, and they had a big sort of industrial filtration system.
Okay.
But they have got their tolerance level per person. Some people, the chlorine ones, some people will start to feel a bit nauseous and give a bit of a stomach upset if they have too much of it. People need to realize what their tolerance levels are. I should imagine it will be quite high, the 5 litre plus level, gallon plus level sort of things we're dealing with, because it is quite a low dose of chlorine people are taking. And that's the sort of taste. If you're experiencing people out there are getting these sorts of things and they're tasting a very slight chlorine taste, that's what you should be tasting.
Yep.
And most municipal water supplies have the similar sort of taste because they use the similar sort of procedure.
And I could add to that, PV, that I'm over 60.
Yeah.
And your body changes as you age. So I think what I'll do is I'll probably next couple of days drink this water, maybe even blend it in with coffee water with this. And if I have no side effects, we're good to go, But age is a thing that people need to factor into your preps, because today you can tolerate something, but later on in your life you can't, and that's just a fact, gentlemen. It just really is a fact. Yeah,
You might tolerate today, this month, but next month you can't.
Right. Exactly. Your body can develop allergies to something you're used to. That's weird, but that's a fact of getting old.
Yeah, I heard about that.
That's true.
We're always told as well that there's water purification tablets. If you put them in water which has got particles in there, it won't fully sanitize the water.
Oh,
because there's let's say there's bits of loose grit in the water, or large chunks, for instance, of coffee granules that hasn't been dissolved. But we were given the grit example. So if you got fine particles of grit in the water that's not been properly filtered, and you put a water purification tablets in it, the chlorine elements in it will tend to clump around those grit particles.
Oh, that's
won't fully sanitize the water properly. That's what we were told.
okay.
I've sort of researched that recently in a while, so that's something to think about, I suppose.
If that's the case, PV, that can help you out farther, because if you see clumps in the water, run it through a piece of fabric of some kind and filter that out to help sanitize it even better.
Yeah, exactly. So
have a good shamag in your kit.
Well, if someone uses a water bottle with different sort of size particles of anything, from pebbles down to sand, or if they're using a millbank bag or coffee filter, something like that, that will get rid of the big bits that will make a difference.
Even your socks.
You can use socks, I suppose.
Put some stones in the socks, some mud in the socks.
SAS
survival technique, that is.
Well,
it makes it easier if you go, hey buddy, let me borrow a pair of socks, and ruin his socks, and yours are good.
Obviously, the tighter the weave, the better.
There is another way. What you can do, if you can, jeans, a pair of jeans. You get one leg of the jeans, and all right, if you've got a spare, you can improvise a millbank with a pair of jeans.
Yeah.
You can tie a knot at the bottom of the jeans, and then pour the water through the top.
Certainly.
Yeah. And the more loose the weave of the fabric or what membrane that you're filtering through, the looser it is.
Welcome, Krista. Good to see you.
Multiple layers of that. So you can do a 5-step layer, for instance, when it will gradually diminish. But the whole goal of it is to get rid of all the big particles, really, and avoid that sort of chlorine clumping, if you like. Yeah.
So hey, welcome to the panel, Mark. Good to see you.
Hello, Mike.
Yeah, I want to share something with you guys real quick. On the topic of genes.
Sorry, I was muted then. Hello.
Yeah, good. All right.
Yeah, so just give me 1 second, Shadow. Make my camera big for a moment.
Uh-oh.
Zoom in.
So certain types of jeans, if you get an extremely good quality pair of jeans as well, some of them have like padding on the inside for your hips. There's hip padding there.
Good to see you.
And then there's also like knee padding on this side too. So legitimate knee padding for outdoor and survival. And what you basically doing is there's a good quality adventure motorcycle jeans that you get. If you are looking at different types of like preps, an extremely strong pair of jeans that'll like never break on you are like the adventure motorcycle jeans. You are going to end up paying a good buck for them, but I promise you that they'll never let you down. And if you need like
it's an investment. I mean, if you get caught out with any one pair of pants on, you would like them for it to be them.
Exactly, sir. 100% so. That's exactly the point I'm making. Yeah.
While we're doing show and tell, I'm in the new house. Would anyone like to see the pain of a prepper moving house?
Yes. Why not, Mike?
I think Guardian was you going to finish up? Oh no. Sorry, Mike.
No, I'm interested in seeing this from Mark's side as well. Thanks, Dario.
Yeah, sure.
There you go.
Yeah.
Right on.
Looks like
There
a grenade's gone off.
Precisely, and you wouldn't believe this is about 30% of my preps. The rest has gone into the storage unit, and I'm still struggling to find this cupboard alone here is chock of medical.
It's one thing, Mike. Your mic is mega loud.
Is it?
There you go.
You jumped out, and your voice jumped out so loud. Now,
listen, I'm hooked up to a laptop. I'm rigging it. I think Shadow, there's new controls on StreamYard. You can turn me down, I think.
Yeah.
It says people on the right.
Yeah. There you are. Oh yeah.
turn me down so I'm not deafening everyone. Sorry, guys.
No, the weird thing is that you're perfectly fine on my side. So you might maybe just if you do dust, just a slight bit down, not too much.
I think it should be better now.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Much better.
You're good. You're good to go.
Hey, it's good to see you, man.
So, Mike, that's a good example, actually, given this subject. You say you've got too much preps. What have you got too much of, and why did you buy so much, and why do you think you've got too much?
I'll tell you what it is. I stock check all my food, all right, and I eat what I prep. So that's on a constant rotation. I know how much is there. I can tell you exactly how many MREs are there, how many tins of this, that, and the other. Everything else, I don't. It just gets thrown in. So I've suddenly ended up with 3 different DPM jackets and a flek turn jacket. I'm like, why do I need 5 camouflage jackets? It's just not needed. I do have a weakness for torches and knives, but it's really come out the fact that I'm digging out torches from like 10 years ago, you know. So it's the stuff I've not been monitoring, and I'm going to end up with a huge box. So the next prep of me, I'm just going to take it and say free to a good home. So
it could be your possibles box, Mike. You know, when we bug out, you've just got your 6 foot by 6 foot box that's got your possible stuff in it.
Okay, it's lots of possibles.
I'm wondering, Mark, do you have a solar torch at all? I'm just curious. Do you have a solar charged torch? There we go. That'll last forever. Lovely. That's such a good item to have.
Mike, so you've got multiple, say, torches and knives and stuff like that. What number are you gonna trim them down to?
I'm not going to trim. I've got a weakness for good blades and good torches, so I'll just find a better way to store them and stop buying them. That's probably the key. Just a show and tell. This is my favourite though. This is a weird Nightcore one, and what I like about it is it works off a single AA battery. This is a rechargeable AA battery, but you could scavenge any AA battery, pop it in there. This one's not been charged for about 11 months, and I've used it on every camp, and it's still super.
Good enough.
It's really good durable. It's got a double-sided clip, so it doubles up as my head torch on a hat. So
it's not going to break on you either. That'll last you for a long, long time.
Yeah.
I have a suggestion for you, Mike. I've got lots of solar stuff. Like I've got the large spotlight solar torch flashlight. One on the first floor and one on the second floor. That's a good way to divide your preps up. That way, if power fails and my wife and I are upstairs, we've got a source of light. Same with downstairs. Just first floor, one on the second floor. Yeah.
I've got a torch in every room, and then a box of about 12 redundant ones.
You see. See those 12 redundant ones. How do you power them all? You got a.
I've also got I don't even use torches as my main source. I've also got like several paraffin lamps. Have a look. I'll show you the progress on the thingy. Just one sec.
It fits right into the topic actually. How much is relevant for preppers? I mean, we'd all like.
Yes, Krista. Actually,
there you go. Yep. Yeah,
those blue, that tells me exactly how much power I have left. Okay.
I'm not sure you're going to be able to see it clear enough.
That's a good one, Bob.
Yeah, this one's a USB rechargeable right here. And I've got all my solar stuff sitting on the windowsills, first floor and second floor.
Yeah, this flashlight is USB charged.
Okay.
Charged as well.
Yeah.
So.
My missus liked this one so much, she had me order another one for her, and it's sitting next to her side of the bed right now.
I've got some Nebo torches, which are good. So not only batteries, rechargeable batteries in there, but the ability to recharge them USB wise is a good feature.
So it's actually quite interesting when it comes to enjoying shopping as somebody who's been like into the preparedness vertical for, I'd say, like maybe 2 decades now. I actually don't enjoy like crowds all that much when it comes to shopping and like the actually being in shopping malls and that type of thing, because I don't know, I've made like people can sometimes be like very like sporadic, if you want to call it that. People can actually be your greatest threat when it comes to, I'm not saying I don't like public and community and that type of thing, I really do, but shops in specific, I want to get in there, get what I need and get out as fast as I can. And when it comes to being shopaholics, I think that there are some preppers, absolutely, that are more into like shopping and that I could absolutely call shopaholics potentially. But I think that for the most part, when you've been prepping for a while, you end up getting like your favorite gear for the most part that lasts a really long time, and you start almost just having reliable gear that'll last you for a very, very long time as well. And if you get the right gear, it shouldn't be breaking. So you shouldn't have to go get new shopping equipment. You should have the right preps. But I absolutely agree with the statement that was made earlier where some preppers are shopaholics. And I think that, yeah.
I feel attacked.
No, I don't at all, fortunately. I definitely think that as a prepper, somebody that's almost off grid, lovely to meet you, by the way. And I think that it's absolutely something that online shopping can offer you that great advantage. So yeah, 10 points
pack,
there.
Sundry pack.
Who was talking about the water purification tablets? Got a sack full of them.
Quickly, before we go to the purification tablets, can I just show you a couple of torches, if that's all right? I've got this. You know, if you're buying stuff, get something that's going to be strong, reliable. It's going to last you. You know, there's a lot of images, a lot of gimmicks out there. It's not always the case that expensive stuff works, but usually it is the case. You know, you often hear the expression, "You get what you pay for." Can you hear me, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
we can hear you loud and clear.
This is the Clarius torch, and it's got loads of different functions on it. It's like more of a sort of military type torch. But I wanted to show you a couple of other ones. You're talking about solar. I'm just quickly going back to the solar. If you haven't got any solar, you can get these wind-up torches. This is one, and basically you wind it up.
Yeah.
So it's like a wind-up. So if you're in a situation where there's no sunlight, you've been trapped in a building, or you're outside in the wilderness, these are fantastic. But what I did find were these ones. They're really brilliant. You get this. Let me just quickly. I'm sure most of you have seen these.
Yeah. Piezoelectric torch.
Yeah. So basically, you've got a little switch here. The handle comes out at the bottom here, and you just go. And these things last for ages. You can see I just barely,
They're actually a good long-term robust device. And I'll tell you why. The Russians developed and enhanced that technology and used them into their night vision goggles. So they had piezoelectric powered NVGs because of the reason they didn't have to continually supply batteries, because military run on batteries basically.
You just do it, press it a few times. And I mean, even before I pressed it, it had charge in there from previously.
Yeah.
So they're fantastic. But quickly, just show you this one. This is a little Olight. You're talking about USB as well. This is just unscrew it. And it's got a little USB thingamajig right there. And this I keep on around my neck on my keys. Sorry there, Bob, Mike. You're going to go back to water purification tablets, Michael. But yeah, torches, and it's very light as well. So my everyday carry, my little Olight, the little R1 baton. but also the bigger one, the Clarius, is also a self-defense weapon.
Yeah, you see, that's what the thing that we haven't touched on really is the fact that people are saying how much gear are relevant for preppers. You can also cut down on quantity by buying multi-use items as well.
Yeah,
which saves you, time and money.
Someone should mention head torches as well as a key for prepping, not just torches. Head torches can be vital.
I've got my black diamond in my bug out bag, which is right behind me. My black diamond head torch. That's my thinking was, if you're going to buy something that's strong. Don't get some crap. These wind-up radios, you don't go for the cheaper ones. Get one that's a good one. Or if you know someone who's bought a cheaper one, and then it worked, then fair enough. But there's so much rubbish out there.
Yeah, I was the victim of getting the cheap ones, like you mentioned, Daryl. And you're right. You buy cheap, you buy twice. But I did pick up this the other day, which is a Life Systems one. And again, it follows my philosophy of this takes a single AA battery. And that's hard to find. A lot of them are like 3 AAAs, rechargeable, this, that, and the other. After SHTF, AAAs will be the most scavengeable battery, the most available battery. So that's my new toy.
You can also get these little plastic things that you can put the AAA batteries in.
The adapters, I've seen them. Yeah, they're really cool.
I've got some of those.
I wanted to, at my age, over 60, taking a fall in the dark can kill you. Breaking a bone over the age. That's why I've got a number of these, first floor and second floor. I put some reflective tape on the ends.
Yeah, that's cool.
But they're solar. I was going to show this to off-grid grandma. You can put these in your windowsill, grandma, because since you're a mature woman, and you just take and press this button on the bottom 3 times, and they become motion sensor activated.
Oh, fantastic! Yeah.
And they're like $20 for 2 of these.
I use similar ones to those in my boat, Bob. Because
really, that's well cool.
Brilliant.
Hey, Mike, Bob, you're going to set me and Mike up again. We're going to want to get one for our bug out bags.
I've got something similar. I was just going to show there. So Bob's spot on.
The reason why I use those is because I've got ones which are magnetic back, so you lob them on wherever you want on the boat. And if you're going up and down the pontoon at night, or you got to go out up and down the gunnel at night, or anything like that, they come on without hands-free operation, motion sensors, and it stops you falling in and injuring yourself. Yeah.
When I'm back on screen, I'll show it.
My preference these days is AAA batteries because I use the adapters that convert to AA.
So this is my version, Bob, that I found. Quite a bright light. It's got the 3 dimness settings. It's also got this lovely "I'm not a police car" honest setting. But the whole back's solar, and it's carry, but it's also a stand like that. So it's really handy. You can hook it up places. What I like about it as an extra is it's got a 5-volt input, but it's also got a USB output, so I can charge a small device off it as well. So, and I can't even tell you where I got it from because it was like a car boot find. So,
a lot of people, in people's prepping journey, you see a lot of these videos talking about garden lights and stuff like this, which you can plonk out, and they've got solar panels built in. I bought a batch of those. I bought the best ones I could. I got them home, and they were absolutely rubbish.
Welcome,
They didn't illuminate anything. All they did was, you could tell there was something there, And
I've said about like the little rock ones you're on about, where it's got like a solar panel on the back, and it's like a little light.
These ones were like ones you stick in the ground with a spike on the end.
Those are they're don't do those. Little tiny solar panel that's that big.
They have got the uses. You could leave them outside, and they could triple charge batteries over a number of weeks. But the light they produce is just not worth anything.
So I've got some of them, and they'll go out through the day and come in at night during a blackout for one reason only. They're not to illuminate a place; they're to go on trip hazards. So I've got two at the bottom step, two at the top step, and then in the kitchen, I've got a lovely little archway in this new kitchen now, which likes toes. It just really likes toes and to stub them, so it's going to go there. So it's more to say there's a hazard there than actually light up the place.
Yeah, because all this safety aspects that we're talking about here, the last thing you want to do is get further injured, or especially if the hospitals are all crammed up or working, if at all.
More crammed up, you mean, than the already are.
So if you, my friend texted me earlier. Actually, he's just had an open fracture of his finger, and he waited hours and hours in A&E.
Honestly, it's got to the point in the UK where I don't bother with fingers and toes. If it's a broken toe, I strap it up. If it's a broken finger, I try and set it and strap it up. This is why I've got wonky fingers, but the A&E is just useless for stuff like that.
This bloke had an open fracture. So,
was it compound?
I'm not sure. I didn't go into that. I said I want to see pictures now.
oh, you're grim. You're grim.
Well, he just said he can't go to this big event tomorrow. So, anyone out there doesn't know, it was officially Armed Forces Day in UK last weekend, and this weekend, tomorrow, many towns and cities have their own Armed Forces Day. So we're setting up a charity stall tomorrow for complete day for Armed Forces Day.
Nice. Oh, that's not a good sign.
Emily has a question. Do these solar lights really work that I see advertised on TV?
No. I've experimented with many of them, and they produce light. As Mike says, they're a good indicator of a hazard and stuff like this. But all the ones I've seen, they don't throw out any light whatsoever. You could say 6 inches max. You could use them to trickle charge some low capacity milliamp hour batteries over a period of days and weeks. But, yeah.
I mean, a good rule of thumb would be look at the size of the panel that's on it versus the number of LEDs or the LED. I've got I've just put cameras in the front and the back, and the back one is a solar charging camera.
Yeah.
And it trickle charges it. It literally just keeps the battery at a steady level. So it can power that. So something like that would power a light nicely. But if it's like these tiny little square
ones, some of these. I mean, I bought one of these
calculator solar.
I bought a solar powered power bank, and it's got a massive. The back of it is just all LEDs, which is fine. But as a power bank, it's absolute crap. I drained it down to 20%, and it took over a month to get back up to 100% capacity using the sun. It's just complete tosh, and
that's just the UK weather, though, right?
No, this is bright sunlight. Well, yes, but some of these solar panels on the back of these devices are literally not to necessarily recharge the device, but they are there to stop the device draining at a certain speed. Slowing the draining process down. I mean, those solar garden lights, if you're going around foraging and stuff...
Oh, that's them glow-in-the-dark pebbles, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, good to harvest rechargeable batteries from at a push. Yeah, but, where do you stop? How many do you have?
Yeah.
How many torches do you have? How many, knives do you have? Etc., etc. Have a number to fulfill the purpose and have, say, 2 or 3 backup for those each ones, but...
Let this be a lesson to preppers to keep your stuff organised, because at some point I thought it was worth keeping this little wallet with a single knife in. Not a knife, fork and spoon set, just the knife from it. Now, why I've kept this, I have no idea.
Everything that comes into your house, it's its last home.
That is the biggest mystery you have at the moment.
Do you know what? Do you know what'll happen though? Everyone knows what'll happen. I'll throw that away, and then I'll find the fork and spoon.
Yeah.
Oh, you're not kidding. You're not kidding. You're not kidding. Now I remember why I bought that, and that when I need it just that one time, and I threw it away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm actually really
it happened to me.
Go for it, Shadow. Sorry.
Yeah, it happened to me. I had one thing of a 3-piece, and I threw the one I had away, and I found the other two pieces later.
Yeah, I think I would be really bad at that for the most part when it comes to just around the house organizational stuff as well. If it wasn't for like my wife's capability to kind of be on top of that type of thing and like encourage me to do the same thing, be like, and make sure that I'm also just keeping things as functionally reachable at all times as possible as well. And we have almost like a minimalist type approach to things, so as to not be overburdened with too many things as well. And the reason why I bring up my wife on that as well, she's actually sleeping at the moment, but I'll just tell you guys 100% that it's so good to just I think that ladies can sometimes encourage guys, and I'm not meaning to make massive stereotypes in 2025. I know how dangerous that can be, but I am saying that for myself, it's definitely that my wife has encouraged me to be a much more like organized person. And I think that when it comes to preps and making sure that your preps are much more attainable for different disasters as well, it's so like much better to be like that. I think I've always been tidy to a degree. I've never been like completely messy, like gross messy, but I definitely have never been as tidy as until I met my wife 12 years ago, and she like steered me right, when it came to like being much more like tidy and neat in my everyday life.
Yeah, the scary thing is I'm the organized one.
Let me add this in, because this is glass number 2 of the sanitized water. But I prep because, for cooking, I've got more than one way to cook: propane, wood, all that, and lighting, especially lighting. I got candles, propane torches, and these solar lights. Yeah, it says these are really for your garden or for outside. They got a big panel. I have multiple of these. In fact, I took some of these things overseas with me and keep them there, But that's really the only redundancy that I do with my preps, because
Vanessa, Kitty, good to see you, man.
I try to keep the clutter down, because the wife hollers about the clutter, So,
well, one thing people can do is
welcome, Susan. Good to see you.
Have a group or family-based approach to it. So get everyone on board with what you've got, and this sort of thing, and it avoids people. There's a nice patch there, Mike. It avoids people.
That was a gift at the prepper meet. Somebody give me that.
I've seen them. They're welcome. Yeah.
Yeah. It avoids getting other family members on board. It avoids people prepping for other people and coming up with guesswork as to what other people think they're going to get or prep with, So it can also, like Guardian says, if you've got the wife on board, say they can reel you in. And, when you're going out buying shopping, you say, oh, yeah, let's get one of those. And the missus will go, do we really need that? Why are you getting that for? It's got.
You've already got a drill.
Yeah, because it's tactical, so you want it.
Yeah.
Put it back, PB, put it back.
Having a multi-person approach not only enables the group to know what is in the preps, getting them on board and how to use it and all this sort of stuff, but it also sort of drags you back down to earth, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You can always set up a little club, encourage the community, like a kind of a little club where you can sort of pitch up your tents and cook and sort of, do sausages on a barbecue.
The more people that either get involved in your sort of unit's preparedness, or if you interact with other preppers and stuff like this, go to meets or even online now talking to other people, you can gauge whether or not you're sort of on the right track or not. If you're talking to someone, I've got 5 freezers just in case, and someone says, oh, hang on a minute, what are you doing that for? You can gauge if you're sort of flying off at a massive tangent and doing something completely irrelevant or outrageous.
That doesn't always work as well intentioned it is. We keep telling Brian, the Scottish prepper, that he's got too many power banks, but he's got about 13 Delta 2 Maxes now, so he's still addicted.
There'll be 13 more longevity in power production, but he's got 13 more times the recharging burden.
Well, you know, this is a very, very interesting subject because you can make a little list of stuff and say, right, what is really going to be relevant? And we've covered a lot of stuff already. And let's go, just quickly going back to stuff like candles. Candles is something that we can continue buying every week. There's nothing wrong with having too. I don't think you could ever have too many candles. And they're cheap.
Yeah, I mean,
well, I used to think so.
Multi-purpose use. You can get the wax.
Weigh it up with the safety factor as well.
Well, the honesty, having candles around, if you've got an area like we get power outages, as you all know, we've gotten power outages for 2 decades. Like, it's very much a normal thing for us here in South Africa. And honestly, having candles for that regard is fantastic. It's brilliant to have them. But in terms of bugging out, no problem, Mark. Catch you now. In terms of bugging out in that as well, candles can get heavy very quickly if you have too many of them as well. So in an actual bug out ban or something like that. Go ahead.
The little tea candles. Sorry, Guardian. You see the little tea candles, the little small ones.
They are good, but the thing is, they only last for a certain amount of time. And if you're bugging out, you may be bugging out for a year, you'd have to have an immense amount of those candles to like actually add proficiency. So having several of the ones, and also there are ways to make candles burn slower by adding salt. There's actually ways to make your candles burn for longer as well. You can put salt water on the outside of candles and let it dry out in the sun, and the candle will burn slower. So it's something where you can actually, you can use those tea candles. They can be relatively good for certain scenarios. I'm not saying it's bad to have them, but I'm just saying that if you really look at candles as a prep, because trust me, believe me, I really, really have. Having a couple of those small ones is brilliant, but you don't want to have many of those larger ones because then it gets heavy very, very quickly is all I'm saying.
See, those tea light candles are quite a good example actually, because you know, you get some which are good, some which are really crap, some which burn well, some which don't burn well.
Yep.
And one thing people should do is especially with those tea light candles, is do a time and motion study on what you're prepping for. You know,
I agree.
So if you're gauging the fact that you bought those candles to sustain you for, here you go, Mike, a week with no power. Then
can I just, sorry, I did interrupt for very 2 seconds. Anyone interested? They'd reduced all the Christmas candles at IKEA to 50 pence. 50 pence for 26 hours burn time. Sorry, carry on.
CR said that earlier, but if it's free or half price, CR. But yes, if it's free or half price and it's relevant, then buy it. Snap it up. Nice one, Mike.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So this will stop irrelevance and over accumulation and stuff as well. Obviously, you can factor in a percentage of spares, but you know, in the management of your preps, you should be testing and evaluating your stuff, obviously, and gauge how many candles you need for a certain duration of time. You know, so you can work from that. It'll give you some sort of baseline. But it's a good tip there about the salt. Guardian, I didn't know about that. Yeah, I'll test that out. That's good.
I missed that one. Can somebody fill me in?
Go on, Guardian.
You get salt water, you put it around a candle, and you let it dry in the sunlight, and it makes the candle last longer.
Oh, nice. Is that a certain type of wax or just all?
Scottish Prepper 73. Good to see
candles. That's what Guardian said. He didn't say a particular type of candle wax.
That sounds like it's worth a try. That's cool.
Yeah, it's actually a very well-known thing here because of, you see, adversity can sometimes be a strength. And I think that us having to deal with consistent 2 decades of being slammed with like 6 to 8 hours of no power every day for 2 decades in South Africa has really taught us a lot about candles. So that's why I like understanding that it's a common knowledge here locally. A lot of people will actually use salt on their candles to help it burn slower, but it is something that a lot of people actually don't speak about for some reason internationally. But yeah, definitely helps a lot putting salt in candles. So I wonder how many hours you could actually get from that, Mark, when it comes to those 26-hour or 24. I think it's 26-hour candles.
Sounds like I need to do an experiment and make a video.
Yeah, that would be brilliant.
That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I would watch that, Mark.
I showed these before, and to Mike when I first met him. These tea lights with the 4 bumps, and you want to have the most robust wick on these tea lights. Because that's what get the ones with the 4 bumps are made in India, and they have the thickest wick on there possible. Because I took like hundreds of them that I had in storage, and they kept going out, and they went out again, and I took all of them, threw them into the trash, get rid of it, clear the shelf. I don't want the garbage, but I just had a very brief conversation with my missus about 1 tablet for 2 of these bottles, and she reminded me, hon, I don't want you drinking that consistently because it can upset your stomach. Mm-hmm. Sucks getting old, guys, but you got to adapt.
No, we've got to grow old gracefully, and also we have a purpose. These tea lights. You can get these little small tins. You can get them online, little tins, and you can actually put the tea candle in them. That's what I did. You get these small tins.
Yeah.
And the good thing is you can store like cotton wool bud in the lid, and then you've got the cotton wool, so you can make some cotton wool bud with wax as well.
Yeah, you can buy dedicated lights which hold those sort of things. But you can also, at the other end of the scale, you can make them out of Coke cans and stuff like this.
Yeah.
But they do come with their disadvantages. The bottoms do get hot, so you got to be wary of where you're placing them and stuff.
Yeah.
Nice little hand warmers.
The 99% of a candle's effectiveness is in the wick. Don't go cheap on wicks, because any wax will burn, either shortening or whatever. Anything like that will burn. But if you have a poor quality wick, don't. Just like I told you a moment ago, guys. I made a video of it where I took hundreds of them and dumped them. It's just not worth keeping it around.
Yeah, I watched that video. You got a lot of those bad candles.
Right, guys, I've got to split. I've got a big day tomorrow again, so I'll have to catch you up with it a bit. And folks out there listening, reel yourself in, keep it bloody basic and relevant. Time management of the preps, the budget of the preps. So right. Catch you later, folks. I'm off.
Later, PV. God bless.
Take care, PV.
Have a good day tomorrow. We'll catch up. We'll catch up on the dog and bone.
All right.
Yeah, and as usual, as Preparedness Veteran steps away, I'll also be at 10:30, 20 to 11 here in the evening.
Nice one,
so
Guardian.
I'm going to call it an evening. Love having the chats with you guys as well. Thanks for having me up on the panel, and have a good evening, everybody. Enjoy your weekend.
Hey,
Cheers, Guardian.
Guardian, before you go, maybe you could do a short video on the candle with the salt water.
I would actually, I would like to see Mark make a video on that. Mark, you can do the research as well, and absolutely, if you do the research quickly, you'll see 100%. The reason why I say that too is because I'm just, as I said in the chat, my channel's going through midlife crisis right now. Don't worry, it's at a strange stage.
That's a fine. I'll do it, Guardian, and when I set fire to my curtains and the house goes down, I'll say thanks, Guardian.
Shifty South Africans style.
Shifty. Oh, I know it.
Later,
I know it.
Keep well. Bye for now. Bye.
Yeah, Guardian.
Take care, Guardian.
I want to answer a question in the side chat. Embellet. I stay away from the tapered candles. I don't keep those, because those things will fall over on you in a heartbeat. They're tall, and you bump your table and they'll fall right over. I've tried all kinds of different ways to hold them. I eventually threw them into a bin, melted and reused the wax into pillar candles, the stout ones like what Mike has right there.
Yeah.
Taper candles, get them out of your house, man. They'll burn your house down. Yep, that's what. And I made a couple dozen of those out of used candle wax right there. Those and the tea lights, superb. Yeah.
The Christmas candy stripes are optional. They don't make any difference to performance. Just saying.
Yep. Yep. I have bought. I went to a secondhand store and they had a big bag of used tapered candles, and I bought them for the wax. When I threw, I cooked them down and made them into pillar candles. Yeah, I don't keep those though. Those.
What do you use? What do you use for molds for that, Bob? Or do you have special molds, or do you use like jars or cans?
Give me a minute. I'll show you. You can buy the molds on Amazon. I'll show you what I use. Just a moment.
Hey, Mike, a friend of mine recently showed me. Well, he was talking to me about using egg cartons, but making like small little candles, like using egg cartons. They've got the individual little.
Yeah, the cups. Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah.
Cups, he fills them up with wax, or he makes his fire starters with them as well. And,
we made fire starters in egg cartons with the Boy Scouts. So
wow.
Yeah, I've done that with my Scouts. I had.
Have you got any examples? Have you got any examples? No, but I'm not serious. Have you got any? You done it with the Scouts, you said. Sorry.
Yeah, well, I think I have had one, but I have no idea where I put it. But I think I will probably find it.
Did you put like just candle in it, or did you put anything else in it? My friend Dean Dunbar.
Sawdust and.
Yeah, he puts all sorts of stuff in it. Yeah.
Yeah, we used sawdust, wick, and candle wax.
Okay, I've got
Did you cut each individual cup? Did you have an individual? Yeah.
Yeah, that is what we did.
Wow, that's very cool. Maybe you can make a video on it one day, Shadow.
I keep all my stuff in a kit, in a transparent kit. In fact, I'm glad you mentioned this, because I picked up this and this plastic is degrading, and I'm going to have to get a new container. But it keeps the garbage out of your stuff. But here's the molds. You can get the molds on Amazon. They come in. I like pillar candles, 2 different sizes. They're made out of silicone. Okay, and here's the wicks. Don't listen to internet people. Oh, you can use a mop string. Don't. It's garbage. Don't do it. Buy proper wicks. They come in a pack of 100. Nice stout. These are an actual wick. They're not from a mop handle.
Good idea. Good ideas.
They come with an anchor on the bottom.
Yeah. You can also buy small ones as well. The Greek people, when someone dies, they use a cup and they put oil in it, and then they've got these candle wicks that kind of float on the top. I don't know if you've seen them ones, the little short wicks.
No. But
you like the good old long proper. Yeah, that's proper stuff.
Yeah, you can check my channel. I have some lessons on how to do this. But okay, to melt down the wax, you're going to need an old junky cooking pot, and I just use this I crushed the edge as a pouring, right? Pour the wax in here, set the mold up, pour with a wick in it, and pour the wax in. And the way I hold the wick in place is, here we go. I'll just do a simulation for you real quick. I buy one long wick, and if I need to, I can cut them down to shorter, but
yeah.
This is how I do it. You can see it on my channel, making candles or something like that. Bear in mind that the wax does shrink as it cools. So you're going to have to pour it twice, because it'll shrink down around the wick, And the way you keep the wick in place after you pour your wax, this all helter-skelter hardware store stuff, is I take, and I'll show you here in just a moment, I hold the wick in place with some wooden clothespins and popsicle sticks, like that. See how the wick is standing right there? Pour the liquid wax in, let it cool off for a while, and then pour more of it on the top because it shrinks. If you don't have a way to hold the wick in place, it'll pull it right down into the candle while you're not looking. But hard experience. I've been through it, guys. But Mike, to add to your question, is after you pour the wax and the wick and all that, you got to put these in the freezer, because after the wax has hardened, put it in the freezer to get it out of the silicone mold, because the silicone doesn't move, the wax does. The wax will constrict, and this will stay the same, and then it's quite an adventure to get the candle back out of these. It's a pain in the ass. Right. But I've made dozens of candles, and they're sitting in storage right now, ready to go. You know,
I've got a load, like you mentioned, like the tall candles, like the dinner candles and stuff, only because they were on offer, and also from a house clearance I did. That's always been my fear. I have got a couple of candle holders. Yep. But I thought, well, if I've got the wax, I could just melt it down, right?
Go ahead. Yeah, get a junk. Just go to your charity shop and buy an old cooking pot that's junky. Mm-hmm. Use it for your wax. Yeah.
Don't use the missus's best pot. No.
Yeah. You don't. You know, sleeping on the couch is not a good idea ever. But yeah, I keep stuff kitted up like this with transparent so I can see what it is and all that, and keeps the dust off of it. But I'm glad it's a stroke of luck that you asked to see this stuff, because like I said just a moment ago, when I picked this up, the container cracked and broke because the plastic's getting old. So thank you for that. I'll get a new one.
Check your preps, check your containers. It's a good top tip.
Welcome, other Scouting Club. Good to see you, man.
Actually, we just touched on a nice subject here, containers. You know, like there's all sorts of containers. Even a bag could be considered as a container. So I'll tell you what I do like when it comes to multi-purpose bag or some kind of container is those. Have you seen those pouches that fold down really small, and the military use them to sort of magazine dump pouches? That's what they're called. They're sort of, I don't know what they're specifically called. I don't know. Maybe you know, Mike. Are they ammo dump pouches?
Dump bag.
Dump bag.
Dump bag. Yeah. Or do you mean the waterproof ones that roll down?
No, the ones that are specifically for the magazine dumps.
Yeah.
They're brilliant. Them. I've got one. It folds down to like like my hand size here, together, and it opens out into a nice little container. Yeah, containers are various. You get the plastic type for food. You get the small ones. You get, even the little containers that showed you with a candle. So there's going to be. Are they relevant? Shadow for preppers, containers.
Yeah, for me,
100%. I could tell you
that are going to be important.
I could tell you in moving experience that containers is something I've probably overlooked a bit, which should be. I've got containers. You saw the big boxes and stuff there, and there's big ones up here, but I think I need more different sizes to get organised better. I think the organisation of containers is key.
Yeah.
These are dump bags, dear. Armalite magazines, shotgun shells, and I even put this on when I do my gardening. I put my pruning shears in this, and they're right there around my waist when I'm working on a ladder.
Great extra one to have if you're foraging as well.
Yes, it is. It is
exactly.
And it's multi-purpose, because not only can you use it for foraging, you can use it for, something you might find, something on the way, something else, something useful. Very, very useful to have different types of containers. I mean, you know, even like little pill boxes. You can get things like, you can get miniature containers. That's a container. It contains your pills, your water purification tablets. You know, you might want to have, like, for example, these small ones. They're fantastic, and you could get quite a few water purification tablets in those, and you could put it around your neck chain. You can have it inside your bug out bag. You can have it in your thing that you just showed there, Bob. Like inside easy, and they're so small.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
You've got
Yeah, I
different
get it.
colours. Yeah, the blue one is for that medication, and then or the blue one is for the water purification tablets, and the silver one is for painkillers, stuff like that. I mean, if you think about it, containers, right? When the market of containers, wow, it's a massive market. From you even got big metal containers that people make mobile homes out of them. There you go. Is that like a fire station?
No sound, Mike. Yeah, it's a battery that.
That's
died,
a battery that's seen better days. A good reason to get containers, I was saying, Darylov.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh, you can get these lovely little containers for your batteries. I'm sure everybody's seen these before. And
All right.
Your batteries inside there.
I need to get some of them.
And they're brilliant.
Yeah.
They're absolutely brilliant because you've got them in your bug out bag. They're not going to get squashed. And actually, you could sort of go around the edges with tape if you wanted to make them somewhat waterproof, water resistant, waterproof.
Yep.
You could do.
Good thinking. Yeah.
Oh, this is horrendous.
Even the boxes that the batteries come in is a container. They send you the batteries in the container. You can use that. Put it in a doggy bag, a little plastic bag, and you've got a container for your. A lot of people buy. Remember, when we buy packaging, when we buy stuff, is there stuff that you could do with the packaging? Now, most people would think, "Oh, what are you going to do with that box now? Just throw it in the bin." Why? I can use it. It's a small little container. It's, okay. Even if I've used it up and I've in an emergency situation, to use it to light a fire. Job done. Container, fire starter.
It's definitely a good point, and it's something I've learnt the hard way. But yeah, 100% right.
Right. I recently bought some chewing gum, and look at that. You take the chewing gum out, and you've got a lovely little container. Again, you can use it for pills. You can use it for. You can make cotton wool. You put cotton wool mixed with candle wax in there.
Well, thanks again, Mike, because I just now placed an order of 6 of these 13-quart containers. I'm going to use them for the medical kit donations, and I'll go through some of my stuff because some of this stuff is getting old and it's in the sun in the garage, in the front of the garage. So that's what made this plastic fail. So
I took for granted how many batteries I've got, and I've got a battery tester here, so I'm just going through them now, and even the ones that are not covered in crap are registering at like 1.8, and they should be up to 9 sort of thing. But yeah, it's not good.
I have dedicated containers. Right, my candle's going to go in containers. My batteries are going to go there.
I think the shame is it was in a container, but I think there's been one bad battery, but because that's then gone all over the rest, it's compromised.
Oh
Yeah.
It's amazing how much stuff we do gather up and forget to look at it. Yeah, I mean that's it. Yeah.
The only good point about moving is I've tested loads of things now.
Yeah.
There you go. There you go.
Not the only good thing, obviously. I've got a garden now, so Mike can get green fingers again.
Yeah.
The irony is, right, I've just tested all them. I've just had to throw in the bin all the Duracell ones. And these cheap no brand, like, whatever they are, they're all perfect. Yeah, all the Duracell ones died. And all in the same container. How weird's that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's weird.
If one leaks, it ruins the others. Yeah.
Yeah.
I tend to, if you haven't got a bug out bag, EDC carry, check your bag regularly. Don't leave your batteries in the device because not only will they ruin each other, the batteries, they will ruin your devices too. So if you've got a battery that leaks in your torch, it could destroy the torch. So go through your kit, check the preps.
Always, yep. I've seen some horrible losses of torches and equipment through batteries being left in them for a length of time.
That's a fact. I think we all have, haven't we?
Yeah. Once I had a lovely little O-light, and I loved this little O-light. Well, I wasn't in love with it, but I liked it a lot.
The torches are getting multiplying.
Yeah. See what happens, Mike, when you put them all in a one area at nighttime, they get together and they breed more torches. You know, you start off with 2, now you've got 6. They're just in there breeding. They're making more.
I wish my money would do that at nighttime.
If you figure that one out, let me know.
What's your most expensive torch? It's not an ego trip. I'm just like, I'm not trying to show off or anything like that.
I think that one I showed is probably the most expensive, but I didn't pay for it. I'll be completely honest. They sent it me to review. I used to have a really big mag light because it lived under my car seat as an emergency torch that was quite big, if you know what I'm saying with that one.
I hear you.
That's probably the most I paid. Yeah, exactly. That's probably the most I paid for one, but I've never gone OTT. I'm a bargain hunter, so I look at car boot sales. I'm always looking for the British military little L-shaped ones.
My Clarion cost me £96 in a half-price sale. So usually they're about £180, but it took me 2 years to find this torch, and because I didn't just want to jump in and buy any. I mean, for me, it's not only a torch. Again, it's a self-defense weapon. You know, it's also a way of communicating because. You know, you can buy a little Chinese £10 job, and it could, like you just said with your battery, it could outrun the really good ones. But then it might not.
Hey, CR, long time no talk.
Hi, Bob. Sorry,
Hey,
I was
CR.
talking to someone. I was like, delayed. I'm like, I'm here now.
After buying that torch, Daryl, do you still think it's worth it for the price tag?
Oh yeah, definitely. You know what I mean?
You guys are still talking about torches?
I'm still finding them. I'm still finding torches.
Well, I didn't miss much. I thought, I missed so much.
Oh man,
I am very, very, very happy with this torch. This thing is solid. It's not a Mickey Mouse item. It's going to last a long time, and it's got so many different modes on it as well. You know, you've got long throw of light. You've got, like I said, the self-defense. You've also got the SOS mode on it. It's got the flashing mode. It's got different modes on it. So, I mean, at the end of the day...
That's a keeper.
I mean, you might think that £96 is expensive, but trust me, there's like, you know, there's other torches out there.
You're talking to a man who thinks £6 expensive.
Right. Well, this cost me £96. Clarion DT12, and you can't go wrong with that. Trust me.
Oh, wow.
In fact, let me get the box for it.
Oh yeah, Shadow.
Wow.
Well, this is my second glass of sanitized water on your live.
Yeah.
Probably in a couple of days, I'll do a review of these tablets, and I'll tag your live on there to show that. You know, I've two glasses of this, and I'll wait a couple of days, see if my system can handle it, and then I'll do a review and make up some more. But
what is it you're taking, Bob? What is it you're taking?
These are Aqua tabs. I got them on Amazon.
All right, okay.
if my body can tolerate it, I'll buy more, and I'll definitely take some of these traveling with us overseas.
Oh, are they the Oasis sterilization ones? Yes.
Right.
At least Bob's trying to gear out before the emergency, right? Before
Well, exactly.
Because at least then you know in advance, like, okay, oh, maybe there's a funky taste or whatever, or things that you don't realize until you actually try things, right?
Right.
It's just like, I mean, for example, here, like a gamer or someone that gets a new phone or something like that, they're instantly on it right away. So something like water purification, a backpack shouldn't be any different,
Yep.
If that makes any sense.
Well,
have that same enthusiasm for the gear, just like a game or a piece of tech, like a phone or a new laptop, right?
That's one thing I respect about you and your channel, CR. You get something. Yeah, I do. I respect your channel because you'll get a piece of kit and you'll go out on the field and test it and do it.
At least try. At least try.
Yeah, that's one thing I still want to fire your ass. It's been a while, so. But I do respect you so much for doing that. This is it. We're going to go out and test it and come back.
Try it out.
Perfect.
We're talking about something that goes back to the cave people here. Lights. We might say, oh, you've got too many torches. You've got a fascination with torches, but I don't think you can ever have enough light. And if you look back, a fire is not only for cooking food. What else is it for? Light.
The path.
What did they do at night time? They sat around the fire. That was their light. It was not only their
around
heat,
the hearth.
Yeah.
Yep. The home and the hearth. Yes, sir. Yep.
So light is very important.
Hey, Mark. Good to see you.
If you're in a situation where it's an emergency situation, you're on a train or you're on some kind of transport, the power's cut out. What is the first thing people say? Has anybody got a light? Usually it's, has anybody got a light?
Welcome, show and tell.
So, you could never have enough. So what? You got 15 torches, great.
But then they don't need a torch because they've got a light on their cell phone that I'm sure will last forever during a blackout, right?
Yeah.
Can I add to that? I want to add to that.
No.
A light source on your phone
that
is
flashlight on your phone will not last forever.
I know.
And it's also part of your communication device, right?
Yeah.
Which means you're draining power from your phone to light the area. And
exactly.
Not only that, usually these lights on a phone will give you a flood type of light. It won't be very. You won't get the distance out, and
Congrats, Mark.
It's kind of hard to clip it onto your hat.
it is.
Got that
Hey, Myra,
it's a dedicated light source, right? Which means that.
But I think that's the answer I get from non-prepper friends when they say, why have you got a torch in your bathroom? Why have you got a torch in this room? Why have you got a torch in that room? It's like, in case you need it.
Not in that room.
Yeah, but they're like, oh, I've always got my phone, that's got a torch. And I'm like, that's not going to last you 2 minutes. And, the amount people are on the phones these days, they'll be lucky if it's more than 50% charge when the blackout hits.
Save that for communications.
Yeah. I mean, can I add,
Tiki torch.
Can I add? Yesterday, I actually tested out how well I ran a light on a phone, on an older phone that I'm currently not using, right? And I can get some time out of it, but the thing is, it's still not a dedicated light source.
Yep.
Right. Because I tried this out. I was just like, I dropped 15% in 1 hour, right? But it's still it gives me area lighting, not concentrated focal beam in the distance. You know what I mean? Like if you're on a train or something like that, you're looking outside, right, at the distance or whatever, right? A torch, a flashlight's probably going to give you more distance than a light on a phone, if that makes any sense. I mean, it's one thing if you were in a room in, let's say, in a home that, let's just say, like some earthquake or whatever. The light source on your phone is probably going to be adequate because it's in a small space. But if you need to see some distance,
No, Myra.
A flashlight or a torch will probably give you something a little bit better to work with.
My Clarius will give you 600 meters throw. It will throw a torch like 600 meters away.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was just going to show that. So if you're looking to light the house, look for LEDs like this, which are the strip ones, which take next to no power. This thing is off a cheap power bank, not even a good one. It's held together with tape, like most of the things in my life. But if I turn this on, this is going to light the entire house easily.
Correct.
In an emergency situation. But that power, just through that cheap power bank, because of the type of LEDs, not bulbs, type of little flat LEDs it is, will last that'll go for a week on that power bank.
Yep.
Using it conservatively or when you need to, but it'll last for quite a while. Because torches are great, but as soon as the power goes out, if all my kids have a torch in the hand, it's going to turn into some sort of disco lightsaber battle. So I'd rather have a light that just covers everyone if I can.
Right. There we go. Glass number 2, and I'll do a review on these tablets soon.
Are you getting a taste, Bob? Because that was the only thing. I use the military ones, and there is a bit of a odd taste.
Just a little. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I'll go back to the reason why I bought these is one reason is over in the Philippines, I don't buy coffee makers anymore. They're garbage. But I made one morning, I didn't think I got filled up my coffee pot from a drip coffee maker, which doesn't boil your water, and made a pot of coffee, had a cup of coffee. Went, well, it should be okay. It's city water. Don't drink that overseas. It should be okay. And by God, by that night, I was down for 4 days. So I changed my methods. I bought a coffee percolator. You put on a stove and it boils the water. And now I'm going into these purification tablets. So learn from your mistakes.
Yeah.
Learn and adapt.
A coffee maker only gets up to maybe up to 200 Fahrenheit, 90 Celsius, right? It actually doesn't quite reach the boiling point, or
But I was sitting there thinking, well, maybe I'll be okay. No, I wasn't.
We've already talked about Scottish Preppers Everything. We've already talked about your power bank addiction. He's just come in and said that. Whoever asked about the lights, they're 15 watts.
It was Vanessa who asked.
Yeah, they're 15 watts for that.
Oh,
so, I mean, you can get more. You can get even lighter ones. You can get it depends how much area you need to light. I've got them purely as studio lights, but it was just an example of the type of LED on them.
Yeah, you can actually get those solar floodlights. I actually have one. It's been quite useful, actually. It's got the LED strip, which is like what you got, Mike, and it's just providing storage. I mean, it's throwing out quite a big area of light. And
I could have done with them at the weekend, Daryl. There was lots of midges. If you put that citronella oil in them and burn them, it's brilliant.
Yeah, they've got a little cap on the top there, and you just fill it up with the fuel. And you see that, Bob? You see the size of that wick, Bob?
Yeah.
That's like 5 or 6 mil. That.
Yeah. Don't go cheap on your wick. Yep.
Yeah, I'd like to get a few more of these. And they've got a container, so you just fill it up with your fuel and just whack them in the garden. They're very, lightweight.
Please don't use them around the house.
And Bob, you've probably seen these all sorts of styles because it's made of bamboo, and it's like in Thailand. They maybe they got this idea from somewhere like Thailand.
Probably, yeah.
Like they split the bamboo and they squeezed the container in the top and made a sort of a torch. Back in the day, what did people used to do? Get a stick, and perhaps and wrap some rag around the top.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you these kind of, has anybody ever made an improvised sort of carrying torch? Like in the movies, they make these improvised torches. I don't know how.
You see that all the time.
And it goes on for everybody. You think, wow, that torch is really great.
But in real world,
in real life, it doesn't work like that. We used to do it all the time. They're reenacting with the Civil War, you know. But I don't know what fuel they're using. But what was it? Was it Indiana Jones where he's not just got a torch that's dripping flames? He's walking through petrol. Where they find not the grail but the shield rubbing, it's petrol. He's walking through petrol and the flames are dripping off this. I'm like, this is not a good plan. This is not.
I remember that one.
I do too. Bound to fail sooner or later.
Does anybody know a technique of getting a rag, a specific type of rag, wrapping it around the top of a piece of stick? And what kind of fuel you could put on it to make it an improvised kind of carrying?
Well, I think I tried that when I was a kid, and it just doesn't work. I mean, you'd have to learn how to make a proper movie prop for that to work. I tried rags, I tried old rope and fuel, and it was just like, looks good on the movies, but it doesn't work very well.
In the real world,
it's good for a 20-second take, because if you did that with any rag and paraffin, you initially lighten it up, it'd be like a good movies quality flame, but it would not burn for the time of it. But
Correct.
you know, 3 hours into the journey through the rainforest and the same stick hasn't even burnt slightly, it's not going to work like that.
You don't see the hidden container of propane underneath that's like fueling it the whole time. No, seriously, that's how they do it, right? They secretly put in something to make it go longer. You don't have access to. It's not just.
Well, I'm going to bounce out of here, fellas. Wife's home. Go give her some attention. And CR, I used to like you and all that, but I don't like you no more because you haven't given me a reason to fire you at all today. I'm disappointed in you, man.
That you missed. I was trying, Bob, but I guess you missed my comments.
We was talking about earlier about shovels. And he said something about shovel, and I said I was thinking, well, he's shoveling things up again.
Well, what's the consensus, guys? Should I fire him or not? What's the panel say?
I've got an idea,
Yes.
Bob. How about
okay.
Who's seen the film Trading Places?
Oh. Wait, I'm going to
Hey,
bounce.
Carolina,
What
good
we're
to see
going
you.
to do is, right, how about this, Bob? You make CR the CEO, and you become the fireable one.
No, that doesn't work that way.
Trading Places.
Before I bounce out of here,
That
CR,
one is,
Have a good one.
you're fired.
Sorry, Steve. I tried. I
These
tried to
guys.
distract him. He couldn't be distracted, you see. See you, Bob.
You're still Eddie Murphy
Thank
in
you,
this
Emily.
movie. CR, sorry.
Oh, well, Eddie. Sorry, Eddie. Eddie, are you okay? Eddie? Eddie, are you okay? Are you okay, Eddie? Eddie, are you okay?
Another starting club, no problem. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Here, Murph. Can I add in some? I kind of added it in earlier during the chat. Is that there is a fine line, all right? Because there's a fine line on preparedness, right? Yeah, you want to be adequately prepared, right? Of course, right? But I've been wondering, how much is almost too much at times, and that balance, like I said earlier, right? Because there's a certain point where you can't find your gear, can't find that torch or whatever. It's not that useful, right? In terms of organization, right? It's
organization is key. I don't think too much is ever. I don't think I've got a line of too much. It's just keeping it organized, like you say, and it's
manageable where you can manage. It's just
I would say to anyone out there, it's prepping to your means. Don't go out there and max out a credit card to get loads and loads and loads of stuff. Do it to
even if it's half price, right? There's a certain even for me at times I'm just I gotta if it's free or let alone half price or free, right? I'm like, do I need this right now? right? It's just like, I got 10. Do I need another one? Like, because, like, you know, it's like, oh, it's in our torch, right? Oh, but it only runs on AAAs. I've been looking for a AA one. Then, you know, I might turn it down then, right? You know, it's not thinking about it beforehand, right?
I've got 7 tents. 7 tents that are like 2 man or below, and it's just like, I'm never going to need to bug out with 7 tents, but it's just become an addiction when they're cheap.
No, I get that. But like,
you could go into a local park.
Like, if you have 7 tents, if someone does not have a tent, you can borrow them a tent.
But I don't have 7 friends, Shadow.
Sorry. No, but all of a sudden you might have.
Hey, Mike.
Yeah. A friend in need.
Being what's his name, Doughboy from Only Fools and Horses, and when he says things like, "Yeah, but you might need it one day, Rodney."
Well,
with the 64 VCRs I've got.
Well, here's
yeah, but they don't work. No, they don't work.
Well,
Rodney.
Here's an idea to consider for everyone out there, right? Everyone's always like, you know, the more people are prepared, the better off everyone will be. What kind of deal, right? You know, like, you know, because then they're not coming after your stuff. You know, people have said that, right? So I've been considering, when possible, with spare gear, give it to friends, family members to help them along on their journey of preparedness, right? Whenever possible, right? Like, I know some people out there will be like, you know, they get a new knife or tool or whatever for their buckle bag. So the one that was in there, they, you know, put it in their go bag, their get home bag or whatever, right? Or, you know, the dad has it, so the mom has it now. And, you know, it's kind of like a hand-me-down kind of approach to it, right? So the gear keeps helping someone else out, right? And not just sitting in a closet or on a shelf, so to speak, right? I'm not saying, you know, give up your most expensive knife to someone else, but, you know, like, but if you got to spare more, and you're like, you know what, I've got 4 or 5 already, you know, I'll give it to a friend that doesn't have one, you know, get them, maybe help them out.
Yeah, definitely, 100%.
Yeah, because I've been doing that for a little bit too, where, like during Christmas time or their birthday or whatever, I'll be like, I'll make them a kit of just spare stuff to start with or whatever, right? Maybe there is something new in there or whatever, right? But because then at least when you're with them and that kid is nearby, you know, oh, hey, you still have that kit that I gave you, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, yeah, all right, then it's basically like cashing, right? If you think about it, like cashing, you put things, you know, not keep all your eggs in one basket. It's the same thing, right? You know what I mean?
It's making sure they will actually keep it and use it, because I mean there's people, well, if I gave them a knife, it'd go in storage and one day they'd sort it out and just throw it in the bin. So some people, I mean, you can lead a horse to water, right? But
yeah, I mean, it's just the way it is, right? But that's why you're not giving your best knife or your most expensive tool or whatever, right? It's just something you could spare. Let's just say a lighter, a folder, right?
Yeah, I mean,
something like that.
This is why I'm keeping mine for like the prepper meetups, because I know it's going to go to somebody who's new to prepping or who somebody's into it. Somebody's going to use it, sort of thing. You know, I'd love to help my family out, but my brother's beyond help, and he just won't prepare for anything. And my mum's already a prepper, and she doesn't even know it. So, that's better.
Yeah. Like it's there's that fine line, right?
That was my first, like, ever prepper torch I bought, because it was an inspection light with a magnet and a hook. The button's gone, but it's still there. It still works.
Yeah, I used to get mag lights back in the day, little mag lights. I was like into the small, tiny little mag light. Then I had another size. I didn't ever have one of those big mag lights, although I was considering it before. Yeah, that's cool. And I think TV was mentioning Nebo. Nebo do some fantastic torches. I used to have a nice Nebo torch with a magnet on the end of it, had red light, white light, fantastic bit of kit.
Yeah, it's amazing the technology is coming out, because what you can power off a tiny little battery, like this little EDC one, is brighter than probably every giant mag light I ever had. So the technology's come on no end. It's great. So.
Yeah, definitely.
People might not.
This has got colours as well.
If you're walking in, say you're a runner, or you're doing camping, and you broke your leg, you're in a mountain top. Having a light to be able to flash someone down is great. You know, you haven't got anything. Your phone ain't gonna sort of, it's not gonna. No one's gonna spot your phone light from half a mile away.
And even if they could, do you want to drain that battery that much?
Exactly. So, I've got a Meridian, sort of it's almost like a type boat type signaling light, and I've got it in my kit, and it's basically you can see this light from a mile away. So, people think emergency stuff, like you get these little gimmicky things, and he's got this torch, and then it's an emergency torch. You can be seen, like some people sort of exaggerate the lumens. I don't know if you guys seen that. You probably have. So, 50 million lumens.
Yeah, what was it used to be at the service stations? A torch with the power of 1 million candles. It's like, who's estimated this? Who has lit 1 million candles to say that looks about right? Yeah.
Forever to do.
Yeah.
So that's, why you might say, why you bought an expensive torch? Yeah, but I want something that's going to do the job. I mean, if you've got like an MVG, for example, night vision goggles, if someone said to you, I bought these ones from Lidl supermarket for $50, 50 quid, or these ones are 20. How much are the good ones, Mike? 10 grand, 20 grand?
Oh yeah, I mean you can get military spec ones pre-owned for like 2-3 grand. So, but yeah, you're not talking £100 or something like that. But my question would be is how useful are they going to be for you? How much are you going to need them?
Well, the difference between life and death. I mean, you've got ID lights, IR lights, for example, and, it's the difference between life and death. Is that a friendly person? No. Is that a friendly person? Yes. And how do you know? How do you know?
I've got
it's got an IR light.
Yeah, I've got the cheaper option of a single monocular, which is night vision. So I can hold it up and look with one eye sort of thing. I've just got if I had a full night vision kit, you guarantee that's the one moment that somebody else will have a flashbang. So that would be me blinded.
I've got a head torch. I've got the black diamond, and that cost me about £40 or £50. So, I've got cheaper ones for £5. They could probably, do a job. But is it going to be like black diamonds, like quality? No, because black diamond not only gives you red light, it gives you green light, it gives you blue light, and it gives you the flashing modes in all those colours as well. Hello, Mark's going to sing us a song.
I'm just still setting up for tomorrow night. Sorry.
Can I add in something?
I did see
sure.
Maybe you could do it like a little project where you can sort of use different types of material on the end of a stick and see which one, and maybe use different, or maybe we could all sort of throw in an idea, and maybe which material is last longer, is stronger, and also which fuel to put on the material around the stick. I use this material and candle wax, and this stick lasted me 20 minutes. For an example.
Okay, Daryl. Okay, I see what you mean.
Material,
I'll stick that on the back burner.
Lasted 10 minutes or whatever. Sorry.
I'll stick that on the back burner. Oh, Bob would so fire me for that. He would so fire
We're
me
not
for
doing
saying
it straight
that.
away. Put it on the
But
back
seriously,
burner.
seriously, no. Like what I was going to say was, and to kind of chime into what Shawnee said earlier about this road kit, all right, is like, and I've seen other people say this about like Altoids tins and in a bag or a kit in general, right? When you're putting together one, whatever road kit, get home bag, whatever, right? There's certain things you put into it to help you out, right? Now, kind of thinking of it, right? Because stuff like, oh, it's a bag, you gotta consider space, weight, functionality. You want to have the necessities, food, water, stuff like that, right? Always, like, if you look at it in terms of a home, apartment, whatever, consider that just a bigger version of it. Where you fine tune it, the systems, right? Like, how are you keeping the stuff organized in terms of like accessibility, right? Deployment, right? You don't want your buggle bag behind a bunch of stuff that you're gonna move boxes in 5 minutes, because you got 5 minutes to leave because there's like a storm coming through or whatever, a hurricane or whatever. In that same way, you don't want, oh, my ferrocerium rod's over here, but my strikers are all the way on the other side of the room.
If you're serious about prepping and being ready, especially for a bug out, anything like that, run drills. Yeah, as in bang, it's happening now. Kids, get your bags, get your go bags, etc.
Yeah.
Great idea.
Yeah.
It's a must. It's a must because it's a difference between life and death. And so many people today in the West, us lot, we've got it. Look, man, I'm from the West. I'm not knocking the West. I'm just saying a lot of people are in this bubble that nothing can ever happen to them. Let's just go McDonald's. Let's go Primark. Let's go.
Complacency.
So
Complacency.
In denial. So they don't think nothing could happen. So,
yeah, but these are also the same people at times when it does happen, they start to think irrationally. I was going to say another word, but they think irrationally.
Oh my gosh, you're going to see people, the most sort of who you think is rational, turn into the most like craziest people. I mean, there's examples of that. Say, for example, you guys might remember there's examples of that in movies. Where have you guys ever seen Apocalypse Now? Was that Marlon Brando? And the soldier just went crazy. People can go crazy. In the very famous film Apocalypse Now. So certain people.
And remember, that can happen to anyone, actually. Anyone can lose it, not being, it just happens sometimes.
Well, funny enough, you can say that, because the world, they see us as losing it. They see preppers that have lost, they think preppers have lost it. That's why they sort of pause a little bit and think that preppers are nuts.
Well, losing it, in my opinion, would be like, totally like disregarding everything and kind of like not doing things safely or whatever, right? If that makes any sense.
Well, for example, the notion that when people say to us things like, oh, if anything happens, I'll come around your house, Mike.
Yeah, he's got a bunch of tents.
He's got some stuff, like,
He's got tents.
So all of a sudden, they're thinking of becoming thieves now. Coming to get your stuff. Not thieves. They're all...
Can I borrow a tent, Mike?
Sorry, I missed that. What was that? Sorry.
No, he was just saying about like if people like, oh, I'll come to your place, even jokingly, right? Kind of deal. I've heard this before too, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, but what I also say is like, bring something to the table.
Exactly.
Bring something to the table.
First they call us nutters. First they insult us by thinking that you're a nutter for being a prepper, and then they want to come round your house.
The thing is, I think the people that say this to me, I don't see them having the competence to get here in an SHTF situation.
Yeah, they probably completely forget about you, Mike.
Depending on what the situation is, even if like it's not an EMP or something and the cars are all working, it'll be gridlocked, right? Mm-hmm. And if for any reason the satellites aren't working, the sat nav's not working, none of them can read a map. I think I'm pretty safe.
It's quite funny, like, you know, the old A to Z.
It's dark outside, they won't be able to see.
I've had people say to me, oh, I can't read an A to Z. I'm thinking, it can't be more simpler.
It's the same as the maps on your phone, it just doesn't move. You move
You can't zoom in, you can't scroll.
You can zoom in, you do this with it.
Yeah, you put your finger. You put your
Bring
finger
it closer.
on that dot right there, you know, with your finger or a pen. People literally falling off cliffs because of their phone map. Hey, darling, how you doing? Oh!
Here you go, everybody. A super sophisticated A to Z zooming tool, this is. There you go. When it opens up, you know, super convenient. There we go, look. That's how you zoom in on an A to Z.
Yeah.
I got something like that in my wallet.
Oh, have you got one of the lens cards ones in your wallet?
Yeah.
They're the fire starter ones, aren't they?
Yeah. I have it in a sleeve. Just to keep it kind of not scratched up. I mean, it'll still work if it's slightly scratched up, but ideally, if it's, clean and stuff, it'll work the best.
Hmm.
Yeah. Even that stuff I've tried out.
There we go. As demonstrated here.
Oh, you know what?
I really need to get one of them.
You know, one thing I do too, since the reel's showing this, is that because it's clear and sometimes, you know, when you're using it, because sometimes I'll use it in the winter too, right? Is that if I drop it, because it's clear, sometimes I can't notice it. Because it's clear, because I was just like, where is it? Because it's not reflecting any light or whatever, right? So because there's a little border around it, I add a little bit of reflective material, just enough, right? Just enough, so I can spot it. Let's just say it just blows out your hand, right? You know, it's when you out or whatever, right? Or you actually drop it, or something like that, you know.
Well, you just come up with a fantastic idea, and when you become a multi-millionaire, don't forget us, right? I'll tell you the idea.
I'm not even joking. I will show you guys.
Half a magnifying glass and half a mirror. Ooh, I've never seen one of them before.
Not even joking. Oh, see, not even joking. This is the one I have.
You get multi-tools. This is a multi-tool.
Yeah, see.
Yeah.
See. Yeah, so if it lays down flat or whatever, because the other thing is, like, what happens when you drop a lens like that in water? You cannot see that. You can't see it in the water. You can't see it in the water.
You could even design one with a little light, like you just done there, and then in the corner, you could literally have a little flashing light. So, you know, another version of that, what you just done there. You see, little things like that, little tweaks like that are fantastic.
Well, because the reason I say this is because I have actually dropped one in water. It's just like accidentally or whatever, or even on the top of the snow, and I'm like, I can't notice it initially. I'm like running my hand for the water.
No problem. Thanks for stopping by.
You know, so and then it's a simple, easy thing, right? Simple, easy thing. I mean, because if you're starting, let's say if you're starting a solar flare with it, well, you're not gonna give off smoke light anyways, right? You know, and I can remove those reflective materials if I really had. You know, they're not permanently on there. So, You know, if you were trying to be low key about it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So.
Sorry.
Been prepping for God knows how many years. Been with the missus for the same amount of years, and she just said, "Do we have any sugar?" Really? Yes, about 12 tons.
Go to the neighbour that said they're
do you want white or brown sugar?
Ask them if they've got any sugar.
Yeah, cup of sugar.
Hey, Mike, you got molasses?
An organisation. A wallet is a container as well, and it's very organised. You can have all sorts in a wallet. You could have like a Fresnel lens, little multi-tool. Right, little tin.
I have one of those.
And it's also got storage.
I'll tell you guys one thing I have in my wallet that most people probably don't have. Probably 99.9% of people don't have. I actually have the TAR bank line in my wallet. Yeah, I actually do.
That is nothing I have in my wallet.
Yeah,
well, I've got bank line. Well, it's not.
That would be a little bit difficult to put a bank line in this.
I mean, it depends. Well, something like paracord's really thick. I mean, it's on the inside of the wall.
It's the paracord, but it's also got the strand in there as well. It's got 7 little. This is really cool. This one. It's not one of the crappy ones. It's a really cool one.
Yeah.
I've had a few of them. I use them quite a lot as well. My everyday carry now though, because I forget my wallet so often it's ridiculous. So that's my everyday carry now though. That's my keys for the car. So that has my paracord on. Obviously a bottle opener. Everlasting match with a ferrous striker on the side.
Oh, you got one of those? Cool.
Yeah. Also, honestly, all sorts. Little mini torch. And the whole thing is a mace.
And there's a can opener. Something like that.
I haven't got a can opener on there, but I can open a can. I can open a can with a key. I can open a can with a key. I can open a can with a spoon. So why would I need a can opener on there?
I've got a can opener in my everyday carry.
Hey, Mike, do you have the can open yet? I'm still waiting. Sorry. You know what's funny? That reminds me because a lot of these, if you look up power outage, right? One of the recommendations is that always seems to come across all the time is can opener, right? You know, because not all the cans have pop lids or whatever, right? So you need a can opener. I mean, yeah, you can improvise to a certain degree, but a can opener just makes it quick, easy. You just turn the knob or whatever, right? Or if you pry it, if you have one of those P38, P51s, or a multi-tool can opener, right? You gotta shimmy it back and forth. Yeah. Where you have to shimmy it back and forth like a lever or something like that. So
that's the one. That's the ones that never fail.
Well, even on my keys. I've shown it before me using it, and I'm like, yeah, it's gonna be a lot faster than trying to improvise something like wear down the edge with rock.
I opened a can with a spoon on a video. It took about an extra minute than it would normally take with a can opener. It's quite easily to do.
Yeah, but are you carrying a spoon with you all the time?
Yeah, but I can do it with a key. I can do it with anything that's got a metal edge. I mean, I don't carry a can as an everyday carry, so I'm not. No, but there's not this in one pocket and beans in the other. You know.
I get that. But what I'm saying is like.
So if you go into any of my cupboards that have cans in, as well as the normal can opener in the kitchen drawer, there is one of the bladed lift up ones that you're on about. So it's always on the shelf next to one of the things. So always keep it with it because I've forgot too many times.
Well, if you think about it again, that's part of the kit maintenance, right? Or keeping certain things together because they pair together quite nicely for example, right?
Yeah.
It's just like your ferrocerium rod with your striker, right? Individually they're not as useful separate, but together they work really good together. that kind of thing. It's just like the can and the can opener.
Yeah.
Paper, pen, or pencil or whatever, right? You tend to work better together, which means try to keep them together as best as you can. You know, it's just like a torch or flashlight or headlamp with batteries, or you know, your phone with a USB cable and a charger, or a charger and a battery bank, right? They work better together, you know, because when they're separated, they can only do so much, but together they're, you know, it's like a system or a team. When they work together, they have the tendency to kind of magnify what they are able to do compared to individually. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If that makes any
Yeah.
sense. It's just
No,
like
definitely.
it's just like, you know, your fire starter with your later or ferrocerium rod, or your flint and steel with your charcoal. You know, you pair them up, they work better.
Yeah,
Right.
I've got a little fire bag, so everything.
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
And I've just with this lessons learned from moving. I've got a lot of weird, random little bags from Temu coming because they were just cheap and cheerful, but purely to say, right, okay, this bag will contain the pegs and the ground sheets and then the paracord and stuff like that. This bag will. It's just to get everything separated out instead of one big bag with everything.
Yeah. Because I think if you go camping enough, you start to understand that too. Which is like people will be like, "Oh, keep the bag, keep the pegs with the tab. I don't want to lose them." You know, like I've heard that, right? It's that same because you don't have to try to find that piece to the puzzle. You know, it's just like, oh, hey, I got a torch or a flashlight. Are the batteries still good in it? Right? When's the last time you checked on it? Because if the power goes out at night and I got a torch somewhere, and you try to click it and it's like barely lighting or it's like dead.
And all the acid's all leaked out of the batteries inside.
Yeah.
Evil Girl asked about the fireside. Yes, there's a fireside tomorrow, Evil Girl. If you want to answer on Discord for me, that'd be great. 8 o'clock tomorrow. And World Survivalist. You can find the video of me opening the tin with a spoon. Just search through the 700 videos. It's there somewhere. So.
Yeah. Because that's one thing I keep in mind is like how these things work together. As much as possible. Because I mean, it's just like because if you take a look at some of these pre-made bags and kits at times, right? One of the things is like, yeah, they got lots of items. You know, they'll have this, that, a fire starting element, matches, ferrocerium rod. There's a form of cover, binary space, blah blah blah. You know, may contain water purification tablets, may contain a metal container, and stuff like that first aid kit, right? But how do these things all work together within that kit, within that system, that little bubble of that kit, right? Like, do you think, like, for example, like, if it comes with like a water filter, right? Does the water filter match up with the bottle or container so you can easily screw it on? Or the water purification tablets, right? They won't match up with the container in terms of volume, right? Just like how Bob was showing.
That's a really good point. That stuff matching and stuff like that, like certain size bottles you can get that are bigger. Like Sports Direct will fit the cap for the water to go, the filter bottles, and when you think about uniform kit, it's a really good point to make on prepping, which was brought up at the prepper meet by one of our demonstrators, is that should echo with everybody else's kit in your unit or your family. So if you've got a mag, if you've got a group of people, or if you've got a family, everyone's bug out bag should have a similar type of bottle, similar type of screw opening, similar type of similar kit, so it can interchange easily. And it's seamless, whereas everyone knows the left-hand side pouch is first aid. Everyone knows the right-hand side pouch is cooking. You know what I mean? It's just making that uniform to make it easier.
Yeah. Because if you think about it, right, like, let's say a family of 4, right, they got bottles, water filters, right, where they can interchange so something happens, something breaks. Technically, there's a spare within that whole system because there's matching threads on a different bottle, right? You still have a choice in there versus, it won't fit. And then you're improvising using tape and all that stuff. And, yeah, you know what I mean? More hassle. than you would like.
Yeah.
Because I've been thinking about that a little bit more and more, especially as I've been looking at these kits online, pre-made kits or whatever. I haven't bought one, but I'm more DIYer, as everyone knows, right? But I'm always keeping that in mind. It's just like, how is this stuff actually working together, right? If you're bugging out, get home bag or whatever, the contents with you, your everyday carry, right? How do they work together, right? Can they work together? Can the tools work together? Right.
Can you use them? Have you used them before? Is it actually useful? That's the questions to ask, definitely.
Yeah, I think, if something's more useful, if you've actually had use for it, now is it useful, but you've actually used it and it's actually been helping you. Yeah, that kind of dictates to have some form of it with you, where it's helped you. You're like, oh, I'm glad I had this. This saved me 20 minutes or whatever, right? This saved me the time from having to flip a cutting tool or whatever, right? That kind of thing. Or, instead of that, I need, am I gonna live? I gotta cut this box. I gotta cut, you just bring something out. That kind of deal, like everyday carrier, right? Or you got some sort of tool on you, or it's just like, it just helps, right?
Yes, Chef Tech, but you're a useful tool, so that's what matters. I'm gonna bounce out, Shadow, the real creative, because there's
Mike.
Cheese on toast being made for me off camera here. That the smell is gonna entice me away. So thank you very much for having me. Thank you to everyone. Thank you to everyone in the chat. Don't forget, all these guys have channels. Make sure you go and subscribe to them all and send them some love. Good night. God bless all of you, and I'll see you soon.
Take care.
Will do.
Yeah.
Shine your light.
Yeah. But yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. On how these things work together, because that's one of the things I've been trying to understand more and more lately.
Okay, Evil Girl. No problem. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Yeah, good night.
Yeah.
Good night. Sweet dreams.
I don't know if I mentioned to. I think I mentioned it. Well, I probably have mentioned this, but probably not here. Is one of the things I do is like. Let me just grab it here real quick. I won't demonstrate it, but for example, like on a multi-tool, for example, right? Let me show you this. Let me lay this on the ground. Can you put me on big for a minute? So you'll see a multi-tool here.
Yeah.
It's backwards. Right? Bottle opener, can opener, right? This right here, flathead, right? One of the things I've done to add functionality to this is actually grind the backside of, well, not the backside, the bottom side of it. So it'll work like a scraper. I can scrape a ferrocene rod. I can scrape for like fat wood or whatever for tinder or whatever, right? So it's something very simple, right? But now there's more functionality within the system, right? And the tools can work together, right? So not just a cutting tool like right here, but now I got something to scrape with. That means I don't have to. Well, you can put me off focus for a minute, but it's just a little. It's just so like you have. How am I saying this? Basically, so I don't actually have to use the knife edge to scrape the ferrocene rod because I point the head to a certain degree and then have another spot on the multi-tool. You know what I mean? It's just that pointing ahead state of it, right? That means the tools on this multi-tool do even a little bit more. They work together too, right? Now we're gonna cut into with a scraper, right? Let's say if you have a saw on it or whatever. Bottle can opener, right? It's able to do a lot more stuff in the same package in that same area, right? Because if you think of anything in your bag, you want to be able to do the task that you need to do, right? As much as possible for whatever the scenario is, right? Like it's just like the water filter, right? In the container, right? Where it's been planned ahead, staged in advance to like the threads match, right? You got your Sawyer Mini or whatever, right? Some sort of water filter or something like that. It matches the container in terms of thread size. You can join them together, right? And they work better together. It's just like the water purification tablets, right? Like, always read how much water it does. Let's just say a liter, and match a container to it. It takes the guesswork out of everything. You don't have to be trying to break a tablet in half. I don't want to be doing that if I don't have to, right? You know what I mean? Like, if a tablet does 750 mils, match it up with a 700 mil container or bottle. It takes the guesswork out of everything, right? Because if you're really using the gear, let's say, really having to use it, the last thing you want to do is like fumble with, I gotta break the tablet in half or something like that, because it just takes the guesswork out, right? That makes any sense. Because if it's in a situation where, let's just say, and especially if it's serious, you're gonna be stressed enough, right? Let's say, I gotta break a tablet in half and it's like 30 below out because I'm walking back home or whatever. I need these right now. Yeah. That's just, you're not the one to do that. You're going to be fumbling. Next thing you know, you drop the tablet, you break it, it crumbles in your hand, it's all over the ground, and you're like, yeah, I should have matched. I should have matched the bottle to the size of the water purification. And that makes any sense. Because that's one of the lessons I've learned lately in the last several years, like 5-6 years, is it's like kind of where things work together. Mesh together nicely, where the system works together, right?
No problem, Anunnaki.
You know, so that's one thing I always keep in mind.
Welcome, Sibley. Good to see you.
If that makes any sense, right? You know.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. It's just like, how do I say, like, I was kidding. There's probably other examples, but that's the primary example is the water thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's when, like, if you have a filter or whatever that can screw onto a bottle, match a bottle to it. Like 1 liter bottle, right? You know?
Yeah.
Or even half a liter, depending. But it's just so you can gauge it and it works together, right? It's just like, even if you have those water filters that have that inline to a water bladder or whatever, right? Where that system works in tangent. Like, where these items from here and here can work together.
Yeah.
If that makes any sense, right? You know, like, it's just like having the batteries with the right charger. Well, you know, it's one that can fit it, right? It's just like, it doesn't matter if you have a bunch of AA batteries, all your stuff takes AAA.
It's very interesting that you're talking about this. Sorry to
go ahead. I'm going to let you talk for a second.
I just very briefly wanted to say, imagine how much stuff people haven't tested out, haven't sort of got the right leads for this. Like you're saying, you're right. You haven't, does it connect? I've just bought a lead and I've got a power bank, but does it connect? Have you connected it? Have you tried it? Sorry.
Yeah, because I picked this up from our channels, which the Time Preparedness channel. They've mentioned this before about how things work together and stuff like that. And I've heard this from our channels before, but it's one of those things that, in my opinion, not a lot of people talk about, right? Everyone's always talking about, you need the food, you need the water, blah, blah, shelter, blah, all this stuff, the lighting, but how does it work together? Like for example, this, like what Mike showed earlier about having a reversible clip. So like now it's not just a head torch. If you've got a hat or something like that, you put on a hat, clip onto everything, and give it a little bit more functionality because it's been thought ahead. I'll get this light instead of this one because it's got a reversible clip. I can clip it on a hat, get a little bit more use out of it, right? So if it's an everyday carry type of light or torch or flashlight, I'm wearing a hat this time. I can clip it on my hat. I mean, like I have my EDC light has a reversible clip, just for that reason. Because let's face it, I'm not gonna put a headlamp in my pocket all the time, on my person, right? It's a little bulky, even the smaller ones, right? But a flashlight, yeah, I could squeeze it in my pocket, kind of deal, right? But at least if I'm wearing a hat, I at least have that option. Having that, yeah.
It's so small these days. You can have a little flashlight, little torch, and it's tiny, and it can do so much.
Yeah, you know.
Like 90 lumens is quite alright. Not even like 100 lumens. It's just like a.
I mean, if you're in an enclosed space, a building, like let's just say after an earthquake or something, that will probably do for what it is, right? You don't need the distance.
After an earthquake, my light, my expensive torch would be perfect. That's why I spent 96 quid on it, because I wanted something.
Okay, Mark. Thanks for stopping in.
See you, Mark. Something that is robust, something that's not going to just break.
Like if you need the distance because you're out in the woods or you're doing some sort of security detail around a neighborhood, yeah, you probably want distance, brightness, right? You don't need quote unquote the floodlight because you need to see more than beyond, let's say, the four walls of a building or in a room, right? That's what I say. I think, you know, a phone light would probably be fine, you know, in a closed space or whatever. But if you need that distance, flashlight or headlamps don't give you that distance. Then you need, or brightness, right? In my opinion, anyways.
Yeah.
So like something like you know, even a solar light would be fine inside. You know, because if you think about it, how bright do you really need the interior of your place? Let's say it's not grid down by a power outage, right? You just need enough to see, right? You know, you don't advertise that you got a bunch of light inside, even if you have blackout currents or whatever, right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, just enough to see, make sure you're not stubbing your toe or whatever, or knocking into things, right? That's the more important thing, right? Because some of those really bright lights at times, right? You know, they have that turbo mode, right? Well, you get less light. Well, sorry, let me say that again. You get more light, but the runtime is less compared to what they would call the firefly mode or whatever, the low setting mode, right? So
okay, Emily, no problem. Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it.
Take care, Ems. Well, yeah, that's something I keep in mind, right? You know,
and I'll see you next time.
Same place, same channel.
Exactly.
Indeed. Yes, I got it out. I had to get that out. You haven't said that word forever. I haven't even used the word.
I know. Yeah, you use that word frequently.
Indeed, but yeah, something I keep in mind, like I said.
Yeah, so we've covered quite a lot of stuff, even things like clothing, like jeans or stuff that you wear.
Yeah.
Like it's the first line of defense. So I usually these days tell to people, don't go and play the game with the fashion stuff. You know, get outdoor stuff, wear stuff that's going to be practical, long lasting, and
I think the long lasting is probably more important. Like, okay, you can still be fashionably prepared to a certain degree, right? You know, but the long lasting
cargo pants now with jean material, they look cool. Cargo pants are cool.
Yeah, something like that, right? You don't want to have things that are falling apart too fast.
Yeah.
Right. You know.
Exactly. You don't want to be caught out in your Gucci shirt. Wars broke out. You're wearing your moccasin lizard skin boots, shoes, and you've been caught out, and now you want to get drafted as well in the army with your Hawaiian shirt on and your Gucci Hawaiian shirt on. You know, I'd much rather be caught out with a decent pair of clothing if I get drafted.
Yeah.
That's not even funny. Sorry.
Yeah. It's just one of those things. You don't want to, you know, the clothing thing to a certain degree is your first line of defense, right? Because it covers
It's got containers. It's got pockets. It's got pouches. Your jacket has got pouches. I mean, we look at clothing. Look at a jacket. A jacket could be used even as a bag. If you zip it up, take it off, zip it up, it becomes a bag, doesn't it? If you think about it, if you've got a jacket that's like a bomber jacket, and you zip it up and you block the hole, and then you block the other end, all of a sudden you've got a carry item, and then you use the arms. You could actually improvise making a backpack with your jacket,
providing that it's not too cold or whatever, right? I mean,
exactly.
you don't want to sacrifice like getting a bag, having a bag to carry yourself in the middle of the winter with your jacket.
Exactly.
That's probably not ideal, right? You want someone dedicated for it, right? Because that's another thing is that, you know, I like multi-tools and stuff like that, and like someone has said before, unfortunately they passed away. I think his name's Marshall. You know, multi-tools, as he puts it and said, are good at doing a lot of things. Multi-tool, right? Your Swiss Army knife, your Leatherman, blah blah blah. But it may not do something specifically great because screwdrivers, right? Sometimes you need a precision screwdriver. The hole's down deep. You need one of those precision long shaft screwdrivers. Your multi-tool is not going to be able to do that because you can't reach it. For example, right? A saw on a multi-tool, yeah, you can do small things, notches, whatever, but it's not as fast as a bow saw. You know, a knife on it or whatever, you know, yeah, it'll cut your Leatherman or whatever, you know, package or whatever, but it's probably not going to be able to, like, blaze the tree or, you know, cut down some shrubs or whatever to make a trail or something like that as fast compared to a machete. Alright. So that's how I always keep in mind that when I bring these multi-tools with me, they're options, but, you know, they're not going to be able to do every last thing. They'll be able to do a lot of things, but not every last thing. Just because the multi-tool is just, there's limitations, right? You know, yeah, it's useful, but there's still limitations to a multi-tool. Like I said, you might need to get a screw that's deep down or whatever, the saw, right? Stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, even a can opener.
Handy little item to have. You know, if you you've got a little head torch that you want to unscrew a little screw. You know, you've got a little screw.
Yeah.
You've got little things indoors you want to do. You might want a little scissors. You might just want to do something.
Yeah. Something like that. Yeah.
On your fingers, and nails on that the scissors on the Leatherman is quite good for this cutting your nails if you want. You know.
I get that. I understand that.
It can do a lot of different items. You know, very well as well. Yeah, but I mean,
I've used multi-tools.
Can't depend on it, but.
Yeah, I've used multi-tools before, but usually with screws and stuff like that, they're just on the surface. There's no way you're going to get a screw that's deep down.
No, but you can get what you call the little extension rods.
Yeah, of course.
You can get the extension Phillips. You can make it go do more.
Yeah, but then sometimes even with those, right? Sometimes you need like the long shaft screwdriver, a precision screwdriver, because that's the only thing that's gonna get down there. Because there's a hole that's only wide enough to fit that, and it's deep down.
Yes, you're correct. Yeah, you're the guy who created the Leatherman. He was actually came up with it for a car. I think the story. If anybody knows that, do you know the story, Shadow?
No, I don't know the story.
What story?
The story. I think he had years back in the day when people had cars that when they were that sort of people had cars for a long time, but back in the day, this guy came up with a little multi-tool that would be useful for a car, and he came up with a Leatherman. You know, something that can be an all-round sort of little thing for a car, and that's where the Leatherman came from. The guy wanted to have something in his car that could sort of do all-round little jobs. You know.
I gotta cut the hose. I gotta.
Things like, you'll cut the tape. Yeah. You might want to fix the hose with tape. You've got the little scissors. You've got little screws in cars, little sort of fidgety bits, and they work like for basic stuff. Like,
Yeah.
But like I said earlier, something very specific, like a deep down screw, you might not be able to. You'll have to, or you need something bigger or smaller.
Dependent. I mean, as well, some people use multi-tools when they deal with weapons. You've got soldiers that have got helmets with little gadgets on them, little fidgety screwdrivers, where they need little screwdrivers. They might
Usually that's
helmet. So a little multi-tool like a Leatherman is ideal for us in certain situations for certain soldiers because.
But there's some forethought on that, right? They know that they can use it with it. It's not a deep screw. It's just they can get to it, right? Because the system, again, right? Like I said earlier, they plan this out, right?
Yeah.
So their weapon and their tool works hand in hand. They can work together, right?
Yes.
Just like the water filter with the water bottle.
Yeah, that would be a fascinating book if someone came up with a book where they can show many, many different examples of what we're thinking about now. That'd be really.
What are we thinking about now?
Yeah. Sorry.
I'm just saying things that are on the top of my head and I've seen in the past.
It's good.
Or people
said, why do we do what we do on the show? Even on the panel, they said, why do we get together and what have you? And Bob said, it's because we share ideas and we just talk.
Oh, yeah,
Exactly.
I thought I was here just so Bob could fire me. Kidding. But yeah, it is for us to come together, share some ideas, points of views, and stuff like that.
Yeah, and we all have different point of views.
As well, at least we could tell if we was a bunch of guys that were all of a sudden thrown in a soup bowl, in a situation. At least, okay, you could see that we would be quite, a bit of humour is that might be a good one for the future, Shadow. Is there going to be any humour in SHTF situations? Is that the end there? Is SHTF the end of humour?
No.
We'll find a way.
Yeah, there you go. So we got that humour. We got a bit of laughing. It's not all doom and gloom.
Yeah. But by the way, I'll have to slide down in about 10 minutes after. It's actually because my phone's starting to drop out on the battery.
Okay, and it's pretty late, quite late here. So I'm gonna end
now.
Yeah, that was the idea. Actually, I'm tired. I'm pretty tired, actually.
Well, hey, stick around in the backstage. I'll talk to you for a brief moment.
So I need to.
Did you hear me, Drew?
How'd you do that? Just stay on.
No, you just stick around. Once the live stream ends, then we can talk in the backstage.
What, on the chat?
Yeah, like how we are now, but it won't be live anymore.
Right.
But not until he ends the stream.
Wait a minute. If he ends the stream, how are we going to talk?
No, but it's because we're still in the chat. We're still on the panel.
Oh wow! Well, I don't know.
Yeah. I'll explain it once the stream actually ends. But anyways, we'll let him do his thing.
Shadow, and you know what, Shadow? Since you put that hat on, since you put that soldier's hat on, it's very cool.
Yeah.
Just wanted to say that, and because we are soldiers, and there is a spiritual battle going on out there, and you are a soldier. You are, and I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate you, Shadow.
I appreciate it.
And with that,
I end this stream now. So
yeah.
Everybody,
I will see you guys next Saturday, same time, same channel as usual. So take care, stay safe, God bless, strength and honor.
Stay ready.
Stay vigilant.